The lawyer for Sanjay Raut has said that there is no genuine requirement of custody, saying that his properties and bank details have been disclosed as he's a parliamentarian. Sanjay Raut's lawyer adding this is not something new. They're not surprised over the allegations being levelled, and they're saying that they don't basically, ED does not require custody. The argument one was that that all of these allegations are old. There's nothing new in the charges that are being made by the ED right now. But the Enforcement Directorate has gone on record to say that there are more money transactions that have now emerged, 1.8 crore. If Shawan is live with me, let me go back to him, because we are hearing from our sources in Delhi through Shawan that there is a second scam, the Pearl scam. Why don't you tell our viewers about this Pearl scam? Shawan, what is this?
Well, in fact, Niranjan, I'm just sending across a breaking news right now. Perhaps you can also. You can just take a look at it, and we can put this out, because this is details of the searches that are being carried out, the searches that were basically carried out, and we can now confirm for our viewers that beyond the Patra Chaul scam, that you are looking at Sanjay Raut's role being looked into the Pearls Agrotech Corporation Limited. Now, they have recorded the statement of one person. We're not disclosing the name of the person whose statement has been recorded, because that's confidential as far as the investigation is basically underway. But we can tell our viewers that the witness in this particular case has taken the name of Sanjay Raut as far as the Pearl scam is also concerned. And Pearl scam,
Shawan,
remember,
order being dictated, Shawan. Shawan, order being dictated. Order being dictated. Order being dictated. There is a poor network there, so I'm just having to sort of coordinate with Alisha there. Court is dictating the order on the custody of Sanjay Raut. Court is dictating the order on Sanjay Raut. I'm just standing by. The court is dictating the order, so any second now, Shawan, while you get us the details, we should be able to get the order. But Shawan, go ahead, keep telling us about this scam, and then the moment I have the order, I'll break that. Shawan.
Well, in fact, there were searches that were carried out earlier this year at least 3 locations in Thane that is connected to the kingpin of Patra Chaul, that's Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut's name also figures in the Pearls scam. Now, why this Pearl scam becomes important? Because you're looking at a 45,000 crore chit funds scam that is now being probed by the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit. Once again, Republic TV ahead on the leads as far as this case goes. So it's not only going to be limited to Patra Chaul. So what is Sanjay Raut's role? Now, this is what I'm picking up, is that the searches were basically undertaken after the probe found that Sanjay Raut, through his associates, holds 1,000 crore rupees land worth in Raigad, but it was transferred by PACL after it went bust. The land is suspected to be a Benami asset of Praveen Raut, is what I'm given to understand, and that's the reason why right now they are also looking at the possibility of bringing in Sanjay Raut as far as this case is concerned. Praveen Raut in all likelihood will be brought to the national capital, where the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit is actually going to look into these charges. His statement will also be recorded. After Praveen Raut's statement is recorded in the Pearl scam, one can expect Sanjay Raut to also be roped in. It's very unlikely that it's going to find a mention right now in the court, because remember, the remand is particularly it's constrained right now in terms of the fact that they are looking at only the Patra Chaul scam only in the days to come, after they perhaps get over with the 14 days custody, or total of 14 days, I would say. It's the first few days, and then after today, the number of days that they get, the Enforcement Directorate would like to exhaust the entire 14 days before he's sent into judicial custody. Once that actually happens, there is a high possibility that Sanjay Raut will also be called in for questioning as far as the other Pearl scam is concerned. So that only means it's going to be long trouble. Let's just quickly go back to the breaking news that's basically coming in from the court. Niranjan, perhaps you can also come in just to help me out with the flashes that are being sent by our colleague Alisha, who's inside the court, and also perhaps Sandeep can come in to fill in with the details that is emerging right now as far as this case is concerned. Because here too, if you really look at Patra Chaul, but in Patra Chaul, when the Enforcement Directorate says that they have come across a huge money trail. One thing that we've been able to keep our viewers ahead with is the fact that yes, there is a statement. Niranjan, I think so. If you can, perhaps pull out that particular statement that we had played a day before yesterday.
Shravan, breaking news update. Court is reading out the order. I'm reading out from the order. The court says ED has sought further extension by 8 days. Court saying that ED has sought further extension by 8 days. ED says further investigating the same has held earlier that many facts have now emerged. ED has further stated that an amount of 112 crore was transferred to the co-accused Praveen Raut, from where 1.6 crore transferred to the wife of Sanjay Raut. This was revealed in the previous custody. But now it has come to light that details of the cash amount has been revealed during the previous ED custody. So they're making the observation. Court says at the moment ED reached to a conclusion that approximately 1.06 crore was transferred to the wife of accused, and some transactions were revealed that the amount 1.08 crore and cash amount and transaction relating to the same worth 1.17 crore rupees were revealed. The court is basically summing up what the Enforcement Directorate has said, and they are dictating the order. I'm waiting for Alisha to share the order with us. The court has said that the ED reached a conclusion that approximately 1.06 crore was transferred to the wife of accused, and some transactions were revealed, and the amount 1.08 crore and cash transactions relating to the same worth 1.17 crore were revealed. The court is summing up the arguments put forth by the Enforcement Directorate while giving out an order. And while we wait for the order, the court is saying that according to the ED, there's another update that she's just sent us. The court said that according to ED, the previous investigation revealed many facts came to the fore, and in order to justify, the ED finds payments in cash, checks given to various persons, and has submitted the same data in a table. The court is taking cognizance of the proof that is being placed by the Enforcement Directorate in its order right now. While summing up the details, the court is dictating the order. The court is considering all the facts of the investigation in the last 4 days. And this is the big breaking news update. And the court has spoken. Okay, Shawan has some breaking news update. Shawan, is this what we broke earlier?
Well, in fact, Niranjan, I would request you to perhaps pull out the copy of the statement that we had accessed a day before yesterday, because there you would find a mention of the witness making a statement before the Enforcement Directorate about the cash transactions. Because if you look at what the Enforcement Directorate is now telling the court, that they have basically come across a money trail, and the fact that cash transactions have actually taken place. Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, has got about 1.6 crore rupees. Take a look at that witness statement, and perhaps our viewers would get a better understanding of the fact that once again we had leads much before. We've been tracking this case very closely, so perhaps you can pull out that statement for our viewers till the time the order is dictated, because that's going to be crucial. And as we had mentioned about a day before yesterday, that this is going to be an important part of this entire investigation, because remember, once they are in a position to prove the fact that money was given to buy property or buy land in Alibag as well as in Dadar, and if it is connected to Praveen Raut, remember, that's the clincher for the Enforcement Directorate. So how does that really work out? They basically come across the very person who's actually helped Sanjay Raut to buy the land. It's a seafront, a land that has been bought by Sanjay Raut in the name of his wife, Varsha Raut. And in fact, they say that about 36 lakh rupees, it is about 36 lakh rupees that was given in cash. One would ask, what about the rest of the money? The rest of the money was also diverted for other properties. But what we are showing to you right now is the fact that as far as Alibag is concerned, the land parcel that was bought in Alibag, that was bought, large part of the money basically came in as cash transaction. And then you have only 4 lakh rupees that was given to this particular witness, in this case by Sanjay Raut, in the form of check. So that in itself raises some very serious questions at this point in time. And perhaps you see once again Republic's newsbreak finds a mention in the court. That's the big breaking news that's coming in, even as the court basically is pronouncing the order. So in a short while from now, we would know for how long Sanjay Raut is basically sent to custody. Whether that's going to be the Enforcement Directorate's custody or he's sent into judicial custody is something that we'll have to wait and watch. Can't really second guess the court at this point in time. But important to point out here is that we are getting multiple news breaks as we speak right now. Not just from the Patrachal scam, but also latest details coming in only with Republic TV yet again. The Pearl scam. Pearl scam is also now under the scanner. So Sanjay Raut, even if the investigation gets over in the Patrachal scam, in all likelihood he would be basically roped in as far as the Pearl scam is concerned. If that happens, perhaps you would see in this very office, the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters, where Sanjay Raut would be brought back.
Shravan, a very critical observation in the court. The court says, the judge says, I carefully examined the arguments from both sides. It is a fact that the trail of money, 1.17 crore and 1.08 crore, was not here before the court when the court restricted the remand to ED. Considering the facts that some more amount has been revealed and tabled, filed by ED, pointing out with the bank statement, pointing out further trail amount. In fact, the court has just observed, Shravan, that there is remarkable progress in the investigation. I repeat, I think the key words being there is remarkable progress in the investigation. And that, I think, is a very, very significant observation. The court has also observed that the contention by Sanjay Raut's lawyer is not justified, because ED has to investigate the source of dirty money and how the same was insulted in the financial system. Dirty money being raised in the court, Shravan. Massive observation by the court. Huge observation by the court. The court says there is remarkable progress in the investigation. The court is also saying contention by Sanjay Raut's lawyer is not justified, because ED has to investigate the source of dirty money and how the same dirty money was inserted into the financial system. It's not insulted, it's inserted. So there's a small correction, inserted into the financial system. So I think, going by what the court has said, looks like the court is of the view that ED investigation is going in the right direction so far. Shravan, because the court also notes that when the custody was sought, all of these amounts, facts were not placed.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, in the court, when they make a mention of the 1.17 crore, the court says, I carefully examined the arguments from both sides. It's a fact that the trail of money, 1.17 crore rupees and 1.8 crore, was not before the court when the court restricted the remand to ED. Considering the facts that some more amount was revealed and tabled, filed by the Enforcement Director, pointing out, the bank statement pointing out to further trail amount, they believe that there is a remarkable progress in this investigation.
Sanjay Raut sent to ED custody till the 8th of August. Shravan, breaking news. Sanjay Raut has been sent to ED custody till the 8th of August. So that's a breaking news update. Sanjay Raut says in ED custody till the 8th of August. Breaking news update now coming in. He's been sent to ED custody. The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. So that's a confirmation now coming in from inside the courtroom. Alisha breaking the story inside the courtroom. Shravan, it's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Sent to ED custody till the 8th of August. Shravan.
Well, I would say it's a big win. I would say that it's a big win for the enforcement directorate when the court essentially says that they have made a remarkable progress in the investigation. Uncharacteristic, I would say, at this stage, because remember, the court essentially would would have made that kind of an observation only after perusing through all the evidence that has been gathered by the enforcement directorate. So in the last few days itself, it appears that the enforcement directorate has made a huge progress, a significant progress in this particular case by recording the statement of multiple witnesses. In fact, I would like to stress upon the fact that in this particular case, what becomes important is the money trail. The fact that the money has, whether it is directly connected to Sanjay Raut or not, I'm given to understand that they have been able to do so, because all this while Sanjay Raut and his family members and even some within the Shiva Sena have been saying that where is the money? The money is very much, the money trail has already been established by the enforcement directorate. It remains to be seen how exactly it's taken forward by the enforcement directorate, but it's amply clear that it's going to be more trouble for the Shiva Sena leader, from Ukhardia fame. The man is now behind bars. He is going to spend more time at the enforcement directorate's custody till about 8th of August. The enforcement directorate's strategy would essentially be to exhaust all the 14 days of custody that they can, so that they can question Sanjay Raut with other witnesses who could be called in. A joint confrontation cannot be ruled out at this point in time, so that they are in a position to establish the fact that Sanjay Raut is after all the beneficiary of this Patrachal by cheating over 672 tenants of Patrachal. It is one man, Shiva Sena leader, who's basically benefited out of it. And what's important to point out here is that not just him, but his family members too have benefited out of it.
Shavan, stay with me. We'll take a short break. At this point, and we'll come back with the documents that you've just sent us. In just a few seconds, I'll open up the documents as well, but we'll take a short break, Shavan. Sanjay Raut sent to ED custody till the 8th of August. That's the breaking news update. He will stay in ED custody. And when we come back here on Republic TV, the second big scam on Sanjay Raut that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate is coming up on Republic TV. The full details of the Pearl scam. He will stay in ED custody till the 8th of August. And when we come back, getting to the details of a second scam, where allegedly it's a 30,000 plus crore chit fund scam. And they're hearing that one of the witnesses has named Sanjay Raut in the Pearl scam. Those details are coming up. Stay tuned.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Dilbagh Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader termed the Wayanad Member of Parliament a part-time irresponsible politician and also said that the latter was roaming around when the Parliament was debating price rise.
उन्होंने ये कहा है कि चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, चर्चा हो गया तो इतना अज्ञान प्रदर्शन करते ही रहते हो, वो समझता है उनका राइट है. They exhibiting the innocence, I mean his innocence, he feels that it is his right. अज्ञान का exhibition, he feels that it is his right. So I can't, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. चर्चा हो गया, रिप्लाई हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. वो इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं ना, उनको कुछ पता नहीं चलता है. पार्ट टाइम irresponsible politician.
Look at the mountain of cash. राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी.
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the
Look the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
And this is the proof that has been raised in court that Republic TV broke. In fact, we broke a few days back that the Enforcement Directorate had details about a cash transaction involving Sanjay Raut. These are the details of it. The said land that we spoke about, the said land near Kihim Beach, Alibag. In Alibag, very near to the sea, approximately 200 meters from the sea. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees. Total of 40 lakh rupees. From the sale proceed of 40 lakhs rupees, 4 lakhs was given in the form of check, and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, family member. Let me go across to Shawan joining us with the details. Shawan, the cash transaction that we spoke of now being raised in court.
Well, this I would say is the biggest clincher as far as this case goes on two counts. One, the fact that when you have the witness basically coming forward and essentially saying that Sanjay Raut is the man who's actually given me the money. If you take a look at it, what is he saying? He's saying that there was a land parcel that they wanted to buy. This was a beachfront land parcel in Alibag, and in fact the witness goes on to basically say that of the 40 lakh rupees that was given by Sanjay Raut, roughly about 4 lakh rupees was in check. Rest of the amount, which is about 36 lakh rupees, that amount was a cash transaction. That was a direct cash transaction. Now, when was this statement recorded? This statement was recorded on 4th of February 2022. What happens thereafter? Barely 10 days later, this very witness is called in a Matunga restaurant, and what happens thereafter? He's threatened. Threatened by whom? Allegedly by Sanjay Raut's brother Sunil Raut. So the question that the Enforcement Directorate is also asking, what is it that they need to hide, and why is it that the witness in this particular case was intimidated? Why is it that that he was intimidated? And the fact of the matter here is that the cash transaction is proven in this particular case, because what they are saying is that the money basically comes from the kingpin of the Patrachal. Let's just put this into perspective. What is the amount of money that you are looking at right now? As per the Enforcement Director, there were monthly payments that were going in. But if you look at this particular case, the Alibag land in itself, there are various other properties that have come under the scanner. But the reason why we are focusing on the Alibag land parcel is simply because there is a witness who's come forward. And this is the man who's actually helped Sanjay Raut in buying the property. And it does not end there. In fact, it was Sanjay Raut who's actually given specific instructions that the land would be in the name of his wife, Varsha Raut. All of this basically finds resonance in the court today.
Shawan, now that he's been sent to custody, you see, now that he's been sent to custody till the 8th. Now you were speaking about a second scam called the Pearl Scam. What is this Pearl Scam? Tell us more about the Pearl Scam, Shawan.
We're looking at a 45,000 crore chit fund scam which has connections in Haryana, in which once again the kingpin of Patrachal, that's Praveen Raut, finds a mention. There is a statement that has been recorded by the Enforcement Directorate, but since the investigation is still underway, we perhaps will have to withhold the name of the person whose statement has been recorded by the Enforcement Directorate. But what we can safely report is the fact that Sanjay Raut's name has also figured in that, which would essentially mean that after Praveen Raut is actually questioned in the Pearls scam, there would be, there is a high possibility that Sanjay Raut would also be brought in and roped in for further questioning. Now, what exactly is it? Now, there is a Benami land which is connected to Praveen Raut, which the Enforcement Directorate suspects has connections with Sanjay Raut. There too, remember, several people were actually cheated. It's a chit fund scam that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit. It's not really connected to the Patrachal scam, but it turns out that here too Sanjay Raut's name has basically emerged, and there is a high possibility that in the days to come, after the Enforcement Directorate completes its investigation and they exhaust the 14 days of custody, there is a high possibility that they would essentially seek remand in another case, which would indicate that there is more trouble for the Shiva Sena leader at this point in time, because multiple cases where his name has basically come up, and it's only going to mean more trouble for him.
Yes. Staying with the details of the second scam. Now, in this particular case, one of the most striking aspects of what the court has said today, Shawan, the court has gone on record to say that there has been impressive progress in the investigation, even though the argument of Raut's lawyer was that all of these were repeated charges, old wine in a new bottle, etc. But the court has said the details on the table show that there is much more than what was earlier investigated. There are more facts that are now emerging, saying that the fact that the court observed, saying that the EDs made has taken progressive steps, has made progress in this investigation, I think tells you about how much more there is to come, perhaps in this case. And the case is against Sanjay Raut.
Well, not often that you would actually see the court making this sort of a remark. This only goes on to indicate that for the agency, this has been a big win, primarily because when the court says that they made a remarkable progress in the investigation, that's because they, in a very short span of time, they have been in a position to establish the money trail. Where exactly did the money come from? Who were the beneficiaries of it? And there are more characters whose names are basically emerging. All that put together, in a short span of time for the Enforcement Directorate, it becomes far more, important, significant, I would say. And the fact that it's gaining more momentum as more and more people are being called in for questioning. As far as this case is concerned, multiple witnesses, their statements have already been recorded. What's going to be even more interesting to see is that who are the other people who are actually benefited? Was it only Sanjay Raut and his wife Varsha Raut, or were there more number of people who benefited out of this particular scam that was perpetrated by the kingpin Praveen Raut, starting all the way from even the DHFL brothers, if I may say so, because that's where the starting point of this entire scam is, because they have been able to dupe about 672 tenants in this particular case. And let's not forget how this has actually happened. They've been able to raise the capital from the buyer, from the owners of this property. They were basically promised that their property would be redeveloped. There's a tripartite agreement that is basically signed, and then what happens? That project never took off. In fact, till date, we spoke to those Patrachal tenants. They say that they have been moving from pillar to post, but they've never been able to really get any assurances. There were false promises that were made, and it is now incumbent on perhaps the government of the day to ensure that this project takes off, and people who deserve this, whose properties were actually taken away, forcefully taken away, they get their properties back, because some of the tenants, it turns out, are no longer alive also. So all that put together, remember, it's also the crux of this entire story is also about those very people, not just about Sanjay Raut, but the fact that there are several people who were actually duped. They've lost their houses, and it is the politicians who are actually benefiting out of it.
Yeah. Shawan, I'm just handing it over to you and Priyanka, because I'm just getting in some more breaking news updates. I'll just get you those updates. I'm handing it over to you. Why don't you tell our viewers about the money trail in this particular case? Because in court, there was a mention of the cash component, how cash was used in this case. I'm giving that point over to you so that you can tell our viewers about the cash and the money trail.
Well, it all began with when an agreement was basically signed between a developer which goes by the name of Guru Ashish developer and the society itself. And the idea was basically to redevelop a project in Goregaon. There are about 672 tenants. They were promised that their houses would be redeveloped and they would be getting it in a short span of period, which would essentially mean there would be certain permissions that had to be taken from the necessary authorities. In this particular case, that is MADA. In fact, permissions were also taken, in which also there is an allegation that perhaps they've been able to influence certain officials, government officials. And what happens is that even before the project takes off, there is a direct amount that comes in from HDIL to Praveen Raut. Now, what was it shown as? It was basically shown as profit. Profit when the project never actually took off in the first place. And despite that, the money was actually given to Praveen Raut. What the enforcement directorate says is this is the proceeds of crime. What does Praveen Raut essentially do? He actually gives a part of the money to Varsha Raut. Varsha Raut, using that particular money, actually builds properties or buys property in various parts of Maharashtra. Particularly in Dadar, there is an apartment that was attached by the enforcement directorate. Then you also have the land parcels in Alibag that were bought by Varsha Raut. Now, from all of this comes from the proceeds of crime. It is Praveen Raut who is actually arrested in this particular case, and Praveen Raut has actually gone on record before the enforcement directorate saying that not just properties that were bought. What actually happened also is that air tickets were given, hotel reservations were done. All of that was done by Praveen Raut himself. So it appears that Sanjay Raut and his family members have had a very long association with Praveen Raut, because all of this finds a mention in the statement that has been recorded of Praveen Raut, in which he specifically takes the name of Varsha Raut and Sanjay Raut also in this particular case. Now, what has happened is that they've been able to come across this entire money trail. The money trail essentially being that there is a transaction that's taking place between Praveen Raut and Varsha Raut. There is a transaction that is basically taking place between a witness and Sanjay Raut. There is also evidence that has now come to the table that there was monthly payments that were actually being made to Sanjay Raut. All that put together, I'm now given to understand that the enforcement directorate has moved way ahead. Now, not very clear unless we get our hands on the remand copy to understand what are the recent money trails are they talking about, they have been able to establish. But from the documents that have been accessed so far by Republic TV, there's a clear mention of a witness who comes forward and says that yes, I've actually got about 40 lakh rupees for the land that Sanjay Raut wanted to buy in Alibag, and that was in the name of Varsha Raut and Sapna Patkar. And the fact that this money was actually given in cash transaction. This was a cash transaction that had basically taken place. Only part of it was with about 4 lakh rupees. Now, we're being told that there is some more breaking news that's coming in right now. This is with regards to a breaking coming in from West Bengal at this point in time. I just need to know. There's been some development right now taking place in West Bengal. We are now given to understand that in the SSC job scam 2, there are searches that are basically being carried out by the enforcement directorate. In fact, this is taking place in Goregaon is what we are being told, connected to one of the properties that have been linked to Urpita Mukherjee. Remember, there have been 18 properties that have come under the scanner of the enforcement directorate as far as properties of Urpita and Partho Chatterjee is concerned. Now, one property, that is a property that was bought in Birbhum district, that was jointly bought by Partho Chatterjee and Urpita Mukherjee. In fact, we are given to understand that this was a property that was bought when Partho Chatterjee was a cabinet minister. In 2012, this property was bought in Birbhum. So of the 18 properties. This is one property which I would say comes across as the direct link between Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee. Kishala is joining us from Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishala, just walk us through the details that you're picking up. Important development taking place, especially with regards to the properties, because that's yet another Republic Bangla news break. We had accessed that list of 18 properties. One such property now we are being told that it is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in Goriahat.
Exactly, Shawan, as you rightly put, that this property in Goriahat in Ponditia Road, there is a ED raid right now there. ED officials are right now inside that apartment of Orpita Mukherjee. This property is linked to Orpita Mukherjee. We have already exclusively exposed how different properties were jointly owned by Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee. And among all those properties we were talking about, this is also one of them. Right now what's breaking is that the ED team had to bring one key maker in order to open this property, the gates and doors of this property. And coming out of that particular property, the key maker has given us a reaction. He is saying that he has seen a door inside which is fully made of steel, and he is saying that it comes from China, and he has never seen a door like that, a protected, well protected, strong door like that. So questions are coming that what was inside the flat, what was inside that apartment, that special doors from China made of steel had to be brought in. These doors are there in addition to the existing doors of that apartment. So questions are coming, and there is a possibility that more recoveries can be made from this apartment where ED team is right now there. We are tracking that development every moment. This key maker has given us exclusive reaction that he has never seen a door like that, a strong door like that, and he had to use special means in order to open that door. So this apartment, apart from the previous ones where crores of money and pile of huge cash, stockpiles of cash was recovered, this is also one of the properties that ED is raiding. And right now we are looking at what recoveries will be made from this apartment where this special door from China was installed, and for what purpose we do not know. Shawan.
Well, just one more. Thank you very much, Kishala, for getting us the latest details. Over to Priyanka for further news breaks that are coming in.
And thank you, Shavan, for that. Shavan there getting us all the latest as far as this entire raids are concerned in West Bengal, where more cash that has been recovered, and of course the investigation continues in the backdrop of these raids as well that are being carried out in Kolkata, where we are seeing that trouble is mounting for Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee as well, since several incriminating pieces of evidences have been collected as of now, and we are tracking that story very, very closely, viewers. That's a big developing story out of West Bengal, and Shavan Sen getting you all the details there. And here is some news in brief. With the Enforcement Directorate sealing the office of Young Indian, Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case intimidation tactics.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं. देखिए, सुनिए बात. हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं. समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
An enforcement directorate sealed the Young India office at the Herald House in New Delhi and instructed that the premises might not be opened without prior permission from the agency.
राहुल जी, आपने कुछ बोला ईडी के बारे में सर. आपने ईडी के बारे में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री को जो कुछ करना है कर ले.
और क्या
हैं?
और क्या?
मतलब आप डरने वाले नहीं हैं?
ना, बिल्कुल नहीं.
बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले हैं.
और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं डरता.
नहीं सर, लगातार ये बात
और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग करें.
और सर, आपको जिस तरह से एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया,
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता.
सर, लगातार घर के सामने आपके मैडम के घर के सामने
कल भी हो. बढ़िया. और करिए. सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं.
क्यों करना चाहते हैं? क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्या राहुल गांधी
आप वो कह रहे हैं कि आप
कैरी होगा।
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते, नोटिस आया है किसी वेणुगोपाल का अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते।
पुलिस ने मना किया है, पुलिस ने मना किया है, परमिशन नहीं दे रही पुलिस। आप लोग
And the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young India office at the Herald House in New Delhi and instructed that the premises may not be opened without the prior permission from the agency. Congress MP has filed an adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha seeking discussion regarding the sealing of Young India office by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the National Herald case involving Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi that took place on August the 3rd.
In fact, we have some more breaking news updates coming in. The news break on Republic TV has been raised in the court. We had spoken about the cash being used to buy properties in the name of Sanjay Raut's family members. In the case of Sanjay Raut, cash was given, and I have the full document here with me. And here, the document, this is the ED document in court, the ED remand copy in court. It said, the said document, remand, the document seized was scrutinized in the presence of Sanjay Raut. The said document demonstrates that in purchase of the properties at Alibag had substantial cash transactions with the landowners. These
Mr. Raut. So Sanjay Raut has arrived out here at ED office. Enforcement Directorate has got the custody of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut till 8th of August. Now he's being brought back out here at Enforcement Directorate office. So he's raising that saffron scarf out here, and now he's been seen out there that he's going inside the Enforcement Directorate office. Remember, Enforcement Directorate has got his custody till 8th of August. Several arguments were placed in the courthouse today, and after listening and making all the observation in the courthouse, the judge has remanded and in fact extended his custody till 8th of August to Enforcement Directorate. Reporting from Mumbai with cameraman Mukut Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
Look at this, Shavan. The court says document seized and scrutinized in the presence of Sanjay Raut. The said document demonstrates that in the purchase of properties in Alibag, there were substantial cash transactions with landowners. Saying these documents are contrary to the earlier stand taken by Sanjay Raut, wherein he had refused any cash transaction in the said land deal. So even the court saying that Sanjay Raut's version has been contradicted by these cash transactions reported first on Republic TV. Shawan.
Well, in fact, it was day before yesterday when Republic TV had first highlighted that this is going to be the core issue of this entire investigation, because there is a contrarian view that had basically come in, because Sanjay Raut all this while said that there was no cash transaction whatsoever. It turns out that the witness has basically come forward. His statement was recorded on 4th of February 2022, where he's basically revealed that there was a cash transaction, direct money that he had received from Sanjay Raut, and we can confirm, go a little beyond what's been mentioned in the remand copy, that about 36 lakh rupees, that's the amount that was received by this witness from Sanjay Raut, and this was a direct cash transfer apart from the 4 lakh rupees that he actually received through a check, and this was only to help him buy a property in Alibag. And take a look at what the Enforcement Directorate had to say. Now, this is what the Enforcement Directorate says before the court, that Sanjay Raut has threatened the sellers to sell their land situated at Keem Beach, Alibag. Further, he has also threatened the witnesses who have deposed before the Enforcement Directorate. And what you rightly pointed out, that's the larger issue right now that has been raised, is that initially Sanjay Raut had basically denied that there was any sort of cash transaction. He was basically confronted by the enforcement director with the statement of the witness and the cash transaction, the documents that have been accessed by the enforcement directorate, and he was basically confronted with that. And there is certainly a contrarian opinion that is basically emerging right now, which only makes things much more difficult for Sanjay Raut at this point in time, because he had initially refused to acknowledge that there was any sort of cash transaction, but it turns out that there is now evidence to that effect.
So this is big. I think I have the full details here. I have some details here, Shavan. Look at this, foreign tours, and it's a blow-by-blow account. Blow-by-blow account that the enforcement directorate has shown in court. And the court, and this is a very, very big observation by the enforcement directorate, which is put on record. Enforcement directorate in its remand copy has said Sanjay Raut has threatened sellers. Sanjay Raut has threatened sellers to sell their land situated at Kihim Beach, Alibag. Further, he has also threatened witnesses who have deposed before ED. Threat to sellers, threat to witnesses, and even the court. And here they say that he lied about cash. That he lied about cash transactions, details of which have been put out by Republic TV. In the case, if you see, if you can zoom out a little bit, one is the 1.06 crore rupees that has directly been, it's been linked, it's been shown as transferred to Raut's family. Second, the cash component has been sourced from Praveen Raut. They're saying that he bought land through cash, using cash. Third, they're saying that this Praveen Raut spent money on domestic and foreign tours undertaken by family of Sanjay Raut. Fourth, they say Sanjay Raut has threatened sellers to sell their land situated at Kihim Beach in Alibag. He also threatened witnesses. Fifth, they say that documents seized from his house show that he lied about cash. He lied about all the facts about using cash to buy these lands, and I think that's a big setback. There are more details coming in. Shavan, I'm handing it over to you. All these 5 points, blow by blow account. This has been put forth in the court by the.
पाटकर ने जो कुछ दिया है, राउत साहब आज 5-6 दिन से ईडी के कस्टडी में है. आप देख लो, जब पाटकर जी ने कुछ कंप्लेंट किया होगा तब उनकी एक एफआईआर पार्ला में दर्ज है, और वहाँ से उनको बोला है कि आपको जिस मोबाइल पे धमकी आई है ओरिजिनल आपका मोबाइल आप डिपॉजिट करो. क्यों नहीं किया अभी तक उसने? क्यों नहीं करिए डिपॉजिट? पुलिस को बोलो वो पहले डिपॉजिट का फोन ताबे में लिए ओरिजिनल और उसकी इंक्वायरी करे.
ये भी बोला जा रहा है कि प्रवीण राउत कैश व्यवहार हुआ है जमीन के लिए. सर सुनील राउत जी, ईडी ने 1 करोड़ 17 लाख रुपए अमाउंट बताया कि कैश व्यवहार मिला है जानकारी.
रोकड व्यवहार झालेली असं म्हटलं ईडी.
असं ईडी ने म्हटलं ना. मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि ईडी ने जो बोला है ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट जिसपे उन्होंने लिए, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट इनकम टैक्स और राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है. उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं. जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं. मैं वापस एक बोलता हूँ, ये पॉलिटिकल केस है. इसमें संजय राउत को अटकाना चाहते हैं, ये संजय राउत को उद्धव जी से तोड़ना चाहते हैं, और उद्धव जी को थोड़ा कम, उनकी ताकत कम करना चाहते हैं, और उसमें कोई नहीं. धन्यवाद.
वारंवार नेत्यांविरोधात बोलत होते म्हणूनच ही आवाज बांधणी केलेली आहे असं म्हणतात.
देखो, ज्या रूम में बैठ दिया उसमें कोई वेंटिलेशन नहीं है, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे ईडी की कोठरी में रखोगे जहाँ खिड़की हो, विंडो हो, वेंटिलेशन हो, ऐसी जगह पे रख दो.
राऊत साहेब हेच मराठी देऊ द्या. राऊत साहेब यांनी व्हेंटिलेशनचा एक प्रश्न उपस्थित केला होता.
व्हेंटिलेशन ज्या रूम मध्ये त्यांना ठेवलेलं आहे तिथे व्हेंटिलेशन नाही. हे कॉन्फरन्स रूम मध्ये ठेवलेले आहे, त्यामुळे ते हार्ट पेशंट असल्यामुळे त्यांना 6 स्टेन.
The room where Sanjay Raut was kept, there was no ventilation that was available. He is a heart patient.
ज्या ठिकाणी व्हेंटिलेशन असेल त्या ठिकाणी ठेवावं.
He cared about himself and also the party members, which is why he put all those points before the court.
राउत ने भी कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया.
That was Sanjay Raut's brother Sunil Raut speaking. outside the court after his brother has been sent to further Enforcement Directorate custody. In fact, we have more details of the Enforcement Directorate case. I'm going to read out from this. The court has said, the ED has said that copies of summons and the documents are available for the court's perusal. They say that during investigation has led to further proceeds of crime utilized by Sanjay Raut to the tune of 1.17 crore in respect to Alibag properties. This is in addition to the earlier proceeds of crime. This is in addition. So additional 1.17 crore proceeds of crime. They say that when investigation pertaining to several bank accounts were conducted in the presence of Sanjay Raut, it revealed that several amounts have been received in the wife of the account, in the account of the wife. Alisha is joining us with the details. Alisha, coming over to you. Alisha, tell us about this. What they said about the money transfers.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it's very important to point out because Enforcement Directorate has something as point out and make it on record over the transaction, the money trial between Pravin Raut and Sanjay Raut. And of course, there are money that was found in the account of his wife, that is Varsha Raut. If I read out some of the main point that was put forward before the court by the Enforcement Directorate, which clearly stated that in the earlier proceed of crime, that was of amount rupees 1.6 crore. But when the investigation pertaining to several bank accounts were conducted in presence of Sanjay Raut, it has revealed that several amounts has been received in the account of Varsha Raut, who is wife of accused Sanjay Raut. On investigation from Sanjay Raut, he could not explain but gave evasive answer for the reason as to why this huge amount were paid to his wife. The investigation pertaining to that requires to be carried out, and therefore the KYC documents and bank statement from the respective bank have been called for. The person who have paid such huge amount has been summoned to join investigation on Friday 5th August, Saturday 6th August and Monday 8th August. Through immediate request has been made by the Enforcement Directorate for handing over the documents of the above transaction to the bank, the same expected to receive by Saturday 6th August. So Niranjan, this is the thing that has been put forward before the court, before the special PMLA court by the Enforcement Directorate. While at the beginning, when the investigation was at the initial stage, they found out that it is something amount of 1.6 crore that was produced before the court on the first hearing. But today, where the Enforcement Director has clearly mentioned that it is a proceed of crime of 1.8 crore. Moreover, there are 1.70 crore in cash that has been transferred in the account of Sanjay Raut's wife, that is Varsha Raut. When asked about the cash that has been received in her account to Sanjay Raut, he could not be able to give answer, but there were evasive answer that he was making before the Enforcement Directorate. So that is why not only the statement that has been asked by the bank, but also the huge amount that was transferred in the account of Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, the person has been summoned. He's been called on 6th, 7th and 8th August, what we have been told, and of course it is mentioned in the remand copy as well. So the person who has transferred this huge amount in the account of Sanjay Raut's wife has been summoned. That is why where Enforcement Directorate has asked for 8-day custody. They even requested, if not the 8 days custody, but the custody could be given till August 8, which has been accepted because even the court has come up with the order stating that the investigation has actually given a very huge and important word that was used, that it's a dirty money that was used in this whole scam. So that has need to be investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, which is why Sanjay Raut has been sent to Enforcement Directorate. Court has extended Sanjay Raut custody till 8th August.
Okay, I'm handing it over to Shawan right now. Shawan joining us with the details of. Okay, Shawan has gone inside. Okay, let's play out some of the responses coming in. You just heard from Sunil Raut. There are more and more details coming in, and let's play out what the brother is saying. Now, even the court says there is enough material, and the ED has made a remarkable progress in the case, which really demolishes the stand taken by the family of Sanjay Raut, his brother especially. Let's play that out.
आम्ही ती जमीन घेतली होती त्यावेळी 2011ची ती गोष्ट आहे आणि त्यामुळे ह्याच्यामध्ये कुठलाही कॅश व्यवहार झालेला नाही. जे काय डॉक्युमेंट बनवले ते रेडी रेकनरच्या प्रमाणे बनवलेले आहेत.
कॅश ट्रान्झॅक्शन
बनवले असतील तर त्याच्यामध्ये कुठल्या
The document that has been ready is something
चोरी आम्ही
fake.
केली. परंतु हे सर्व confuse
There is no
करतायत,
corruption that has been
निर्माण करतायत.
conducted.
परंतु याच्यामध्ये कुठल्याही प्रकारचा भ्रष्टाचार
They are just confusing and some made up story by the agency because there is no corruption in this entire scam.
खोट्या डॉक्युमेंट खोटे डॉक्टरेटसाठी गेले 3 का
Who
2.5
is
महिने
Swapna
जेलमध्ये
Patkar?
होते. ही स्वप्ना पाटकर.
Swapna
एका
Patkar is the
आरोपीचं
one who
आरोपीवर किती विश्वास
fakely
ठेवायचा आहे
documented
सरकारने आणि ईडीने ठरवावं.
has brought before the agency. It's just an allegation that is being made by her. It just need to see in what context the enforcement director and the government take.
देखो अलीबाग की ज़मीन 10 साल पुरानी है, जिसमें हमने रेडी रेकनर के भाव से हमने पेमेंट दिया हुआ है. उसके अंदर जब हमने ज़मीन ली थी तो वो ज़मीन की कॉस्ट थी 50 लाख रुपीस. आज उसकी रेडी रेकनर का भाव आज का जब हमने जब राज्यसभा का फॉर्म भरा तब हमने इसकी रेडी रेकनर निकाला था तब उसकी कीमत 1 करोड़ 6 लाख रुपीस है. तो उसमें कौन सा भ्रष्टाचार हुआ? रेडी रेकनर के नीचे से भाव से हमने लिया नहीं. जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स बने हैं वो रेडी रेकनर के भाव से बने हुए. और किसी ने देखो कोई भी ज़बरदस्ती से कुछ लिख के लेते हैं तो उसको हम क्या कर सकते हैं. किसी को अटकाना ही है, पॉलिटिकल अटकाना है, उनका आवाज़ बंद करना है, उनका उद्योग जी से उनको अलग करना है, तो हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते इसके अंदर. लेकिन मैं आपसे खातिरी से कहता हूँ कि इसमें कोई भ्रष्टाचार हुआ नहीं, इसमें कोई चोरी हुई नहीं. संजय राउत बाला साहब ठाकरे का निष्ठावंत शिव सैनिक है, वो कभी भ्रष्टाचार नहीं कर सकता. लेकिन संजय राउत को भाजपा डरती है, इसलिए उनको अटकाना चाहती है. यही बात है.
स्वप्ना पाटकर ने जो फोन रिकॉर्डिंग का बोला,
स्वप्ना पाटकर ने जो कुछ दिया है, और राउत साहब आज 5-6 दिन से ईडी के कस्टडी में है. आप देख लो, जब पाटकर जी ने कुछ कंप्लेंट किया होगा तब उनकी एक एफआईआर पार्ला में दर्ज है और वहाँ से उनको बोला है कि आपको जिस मोबाइल पे धमकी आई है ओरिजिनल आपका मोबाइल आप डिपॉजिट करो. क्यों नहीं किया अभी तक उसने? क्यों नहीं करी है डिपॉजिट? उन पुलिस को बोलो वो पहले डिपॉजिट का फ़ोन ताबे में लिए ओरिजिनल और उसकी इंक्वायरी करे.
ये भी बोला जा रहा है कि प्रवीण राउत इंटरनेशनल कैश व्यवहार हुआ है जमीन के लिए. सर सुनील राउत जी, ईडी ने 1 करोड़ 17 लाख रुपए अमाउंट बताया कि कैश व्यवहार मिला है जानकारी.
रोकड व्यवहार झालेली आहे असं म्हटलं ईडी.
असं ईडी ने म्हटलं ना. मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि ईडी ने जो बोला है ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट जिसपे उन्होंने लिए, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट इनकम टैक्स और राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है. उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं. जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं. मैं वापस एक बोलता हूँ, ये पॉलिटिकल केस है. इसमें संजय राउत को अटकाना चाहते हैं, ये संजय राउत को उद्धव जी से तोड़ना चाहते हैं और उद्धव जी को थोड़ा कम, उनकी ताकत कम करना चाहते हैं और उसमें कोई नहीं. धन्यवाद.
वारंवार बंडखोर नेत्यांविरोधात बोलत होते म्हणूनच ही आवाज बांधणी केलेली आहे असं म्हणतात.
देखो ज्या बंडखोर में बैठ दिया उसमें कोई वेंटिलेशन नहीं है, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे ईडी के कोठे में रखोगे जहाँ खिड़की हो, विंडो हो, वेंटिलेशन हो.
So a few days back, Republic TV broke details of how the Enforcement Directorate and the agencies had said that Sanjay Raut had paid in cash for a property in Alibag, and this was the details that we gave, that the sale proceeds, 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of land. And the ED today has named some of those details in court. They have said there's been a 1.06 crore money transfer to the family of Sanjay Raut. They say that in Kihim, Alibag, there was a cash component, money that was sourced from Praveen Raut, his aide, foreign tours from Praveen Raut using some of the cash, and the money that they say was allegedly received from the Patrachal scam. Those who invested, the poorest of the poor who invested in redevelopment, their monies were taken, swindled by a builder given to Sanjay Raut's aide, and part of that money came back to Sanjay Raut through cash, through foreign tours, saying that he also threatened sellers in Alibag to get their lands, and also some of the witnesses. And the ED has said that he lied, saying initially there was no cash component, but now it appears that there is cash that was given by Sanjay Raut in many such cases. So these are details we're picking up, and in the remand copy, additional details that is emerging right now. Initially they said the earlier proceeds of crime was 1.06 crore, but it now appears that the proceeds of crime is much more. It's 1.17. Additional 1.17 crore, saying that he's been evasive on the cash. They're saying that there are several amounts received in the account of Shah, his wife. He could not explain but gave evasive answers. And there are more details about how they've summoned more people, more names are emerging, more documents have been sought from the banks, and that he did not explain. Here it is. They're saying that he did not explain about his involvement, which was within his exclusive knowledge, and gave evasive replies. So some of the responses that we are getting in right now, exclusive details. I'm going across to Alisha. Alisha, the court has also lauded the ED investigation, isn't it? Saying that never before revealed details have now come to the forefront. Alisha, in this particular case, showing that there is so much more yet to come.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it is something, in the last 3 days where the Enforcement Directorate has got the custody of Sanjay Raut, and there are many of the documents not only related to the case, but also that were the documents that was recovered from his residence, and that documents has been confronted with Sanjay Raut. But Sanjay Raut, who could not be able to give answer, but giving a very evasive answer, is what Enforcement Directorate has mentioned before the court. Well, yes, court has actually mentioned that due to this all dirty money that has been done and all in this scam, it is important for Enforcement Directorate to investigate further, because the money transaction that has come forward, even Enforcement Directorate has mentioned that there are checks and cash details that has come forward, and moreover even the details has been asked from the respective bank, and they are going to get those details of the same transactions in a day and while. But even the person who is being concerned with this, because it's not only the Pravin Raut, but there are other people as well whose huge amount has been transferred in the account of Sanjay Raut's wife, that is Varsha Raut, which is why even those persons, there are more summons that has been issued by Enforcement Directorate, and they have been expecting that on 5th, 6th or 7th the persons will be available and they will be appear before the Enforcement Directorate, where the statement will be recorded. So more revelation is going to come forward in the next hearing, and it will be very interesting to know, because at the initial stage where it was a transaction of 1.6 crore, but when Enforcement Directorate has started digging deeper in the case, they know that it is 1.8 crores. Moreover, 1.17 crore that was in cash that was given to Sanjay Raut by Pravin Raut. So this is more, big explosion that has been put forward before the court. And moreover, if we talk about the Patra Chawl, because as you mentioned that it is the hard-earned money of those poor people, and Niranjan, I've already met those tenants who are still visiting the same site. They've been expecting that some of the either day they will get their flat. They have been waiting for 14 years. In 2008, when the proposal has put forward before them, there was Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, and it was Pravin Raut. It was Pravin Raut, Mahada, and the tenants. It was about 40 acres land that was distributed into 3. So, but the people who were expecting that they are going to get their flat in the next 3 years, but it has been 14 years, but nothing has been come up, and now they have been hoping that the justice will prevail. Moreover, Enforcement Directorate has been mentioned many of the money trial, including the cash, checks and the documents that has been recovered by the ED, and now Sanjay Raut was already sent to the ED custody. There will be more revelation and the more statement that is going to be recorded before the ED. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Digbag Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader termed the Wayanad Member of Parliament a part-time irresponsible politician and also said that the latter was roaming around when the parliament was debating price rise.
उन्होंने ये कहा है कि चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, चर्चा हो गया तो इतना अज्ञान प्रदर्शन करते ही रहते हो, वो समझते हैं उनका राइट है. They are exhibiting the innocence, I mean his innocence, he feels that it is his right. अज्ञान का exhibition, he feels that it is his right. So I can't, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. चर्चा हो गया, रिप्लाई हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. वो इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं ना, उनको कुछ पता नहीं चलता. ये पार्ट टाइम irresponsible politician.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी.
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed 21 Australian universities in an online discussion hosted.
On rate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%. Number 1 across English, Hindi and Bangla.
National updates with the Enforcement Directorate sealing the office of Young Indian. Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case as intimidation tactics.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं. देखिए, सुनिए बात. हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं. समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
Rahul Gandhi refused to answer questions pertaining to the facts of the National Herald case and vowed to remain undeterred in his fight to save democracy.
राहुल जी, आपने कुछ बोला ईडी के बारे में. सर आपने ईडी के बारे में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री को जो कुछ करना है कर ले.
और क्या
हैं?
और
मतलब आप डरने वाले नहीं हैं?
ना, बिल्कुल नहीं.
बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले.
और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं डरता.
नहीं सर, लगातार
और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग करें.
और सर, आपको जिस तरह से कल एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया,
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता.
Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young India office at Herald House in New Delhi and instructed that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency. Congress MP Kodikunil Suresh has filed an adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha seeking discussions regarding the sealing of the Young Indian office by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case involving Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi that took place on August 3rd. Viewers, stay tuned to Republic TV. We continue to be live and breaking. Coming up next, India roars Tiranga above all, but opposition will not even spare Tiranga from politics. And after Rahul's Nehru stunt, Mehbooba at it now, opposition tries to spin competitive nationalism. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed 21 Australian universities in an online discussion hosted by Australian National University in Canberra. Zelensky said he would prefer Beijing join countries including the United States and Australia. French lawmakers approved a €20 billion package of measures to help struggling households cope with rising energy and food prices. The bill was a key promise from Macron, who was re-elected for a second term in April. Britain's governing Conservative Party said it had modified the voting process for its members to elect a new party leader and Prime Minister. Now this comes after an alert from the country's spies warned that only cyber hackers could change members' ballots. Ukraine forces used self-propelled artillery in an effort to push Russians further away from the country's second largest city, Kharkiv, as Russians continued to press its offensive in the east. Under an agreement Moscow and Kiev signed last month to unblock Ukraine's agricultural exports and ease a global food crisis, the first cargo ship loaded with grain to leave Ukraine since Russia invaded more than 5 months ago safely crossed the Black Sea and anchored just outside Istanbul en route Lebanon. New Zealand government.
The Vadra Gandhis are the direct alleged beneficiaries of a gigantic multiple cases of financial usurping.
Well, location of which belongs to National Herald or Young Indian was raided by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the entry of the Herald House. On the 4th floor, this particular office is which has been sealed. और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. On to Republic's mega exclusive on the freedom struggle for profit scam. When confronted by Republic on the multi-crore National Herald scam, Rahul Gandhi not just ducked away the specifics, but called it an attempt to intimidate. Watch the full sequence on how Rahul chose to not speak a word on the 2,000 crore scam, but rather attack the government. All right, viewers, here's the breaking news right now. We'll get to
Sanjay Raut's custody has ended and will now be produced before the special PMLA court today. This comes after Sanjay Raut was in the ED's custody in relation to the Patra Chaul case, for which the ED raided his residences for about 9 hours. Now, the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has credited 395 crore rupees to 3.95 lakh beneficiaries under the Jagan Thodu scheme. According to the Chief Minister's office, the scheme provides 10,000 rupees each to small traders, vendors and artisans.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to explain?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Digbag Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader termed the Wayanad Member of Parliament a part-time irresponsible politician and also said that the latter was roaming around when the parliament was debating price rise.
उन्होंने ये कहा है कि चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, चर्चा हो गया तो इतना अज्ञान प्रदर्शन करते ही रहते हो, वो समझता है उनका राइट है. They exhibiting the innocence, I mean his innocence, he feels that it is his right. अज्ञान का exhibition, he feels that it is his right. So I can't, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. चर्चा हो गया, रिप्लाई हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. वो इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं ना, उनको कुछ पता नहीं चलता. ये पार्ट टाइम irresponsible politician.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी.
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed 21 Australian universities in an online discussion hosted by Australian National University in Canberra. Zelensky said he would prefer Beijing join countries including the United States and Australia. French lawmakers approved a €20 billion package of measures to help struggling households cope with rising energy and food prices. The bill was a key promise from Macron, who was re-elected for a second term in April. Britain's governing Conservative Party said it had modified the voting process for its members to elect. Thanks for tuning in. Let's get started with a quick roundup of all that's making news. In a big development in the Patra Chaul scam case, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been sent to custody of ED till 8th of August. Now, during the proceedings in the court, the ED revealed that there was a trail amounting to over 112 crore rupees of aid Praveen Raut, who's said to be the main accused in the Patra land scam case, and further said that the money trail with 4 heads had come up during the probe.
यही बोल रहा हूँ कि ईडी ने जो बोला है, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट जिस पे उन्होंने लिया है, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट इनकम टैक्स और राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है। उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं। जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं। मैं वापस एक बोलता हूँ, ये पॉलिटिकल केस है। इसमें संजय राउत को अटकाना चाहते हैं, ये संजय राउत को उद्धव जी से तोड़ना चाहते हैं और उद्धव जी को थोड़ा कम, उनकी ताकत कम करना चाहते हैं और उसमें कोई नहीं।
The Enforcement Directorate is also probing Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's role in money laundering case linked to the Pearl scam. The ED has recorded the statement of one person who has been named as Sanjay Raut. In fact, ED has also been probing Pearl Agro Corporation and its 45,000 crore rupees shit fund scam. The searches were undertaken after the probe found that Raut, through his associate, holds thousands of crores of rupees in land Raigad that was transformed by the PSCL. Republic has accessed Sanjay Raut's remand copy in which ED states that Raut received 2 lakh rupees monthly. The ED also alleges that while the questioning was conducted, Raut gave evasive replies and did not explain his involvement in the Patra Chaul scam case. With the Enforcement Directorate sealing the office of Young Indian, Republic TV confronted Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe in the case as intimidation tactics.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, सुनिए बात। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
Speaking to Republic TV, Rahul Gandhi also refused to answer any questions pertaining to the facts of the National Herald case and vowed to remain undeterred in his fight to save the democracy and the nation. Taking a jibe at the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra blamed the Congress for not going to court with regard to the National Herald case and even questioned Rahul Gandhi of not revealing the dealings in connection with the case.
Rahul Gandhi ji, if you had nothing to hide, अगर आप पाक साफ थे, आपके लोग कह रहे हैं ये तो सेक्शन 25 कंपनी है, ना इसमें कोई लेना ना कोई इसमें देना, अगर इतने पाक साफ थे तो 2010 में जो विषय सामने आया कि आपने अपने इनकम टैक्स में सच्चाई नहीं लिखी डिस्क्लोजर में, और तो और अपने इलेक्शन के एफिडेविट तक में आपने ये खुलासा नहीं किया कि आप यंग इंडिया के डायरेक्टर हैं और स्टेक होल्डर हैं। क्यों? क्या छिपाना चाहते थे आप?
Now, in connection with the National Herald case, Republic confronted Congress sign Rahul Gandhi, who said that the case is an intimidation attempt by the Enforcement Directorate and Congress cannot be silenced by all the pressures that are being mounted at it by the agency, further adding that they will continue to oppose what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi are doing against the democracy.
जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहिए कुछ भी कर दें, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
The Rajya Sabha was adjourned till 12 noon amid an uproar on misuse of central investigation agencies, but with both opposition and treasury benches also raising allegations against each other over the issue.
Please, Rameshji, you are a veteran leader, you are senior most leader. What is happening in the... I'm telling you, आप जो कह रहे हैं वह नियमों के विरुद्ध है। आप जो कह रहे हैं नियमों के विरुद्ध। Please go back to your seat. Nothing will go on record. You are a veteran leader. You are... Please.
Now, the issue led to heated allegations between members of both Treasury and opposition soon after the floor leader of the Congress in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, accused the central government of misusing central agencies.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, that is nothing. That is nothing. We are supporting. It should be passed unanimously. लेकिन इस सदन में अगर नहीं बोलूंगा तो कहाँ बोलूंगा?
After Mallikarjun Kharge complained about the ED summon leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, in fact, Piyush Goyal the union minister reiterated that centre has nothing to do with it.
अगर किसी ने कोई गलत काम किया है तो कानून व्यवस्था अपना काम करता है और इस पर्टिकुलर विषय में तो माननीय उच्च सदन में जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट है भारत का वहां तक ये विषय गया है और जो कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षा है जो कांग्रेस के जांच होता है वो आज
As India roars Tiranga above all, opposition won't even spare Tiranga from politics. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi celebrated the day by changing his profile picture to an image of India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. Meanwhile, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti stirred major controversy after she changed her Twitter display picture to show the tricolour along with the old flag of Jammu and Kashmir. As Centre launched its Har Ghar Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, various leaders from the Congress party took potshots at the central government over the campaign by adding that former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's profile picture changed it to Jawaharlal Nehru's picture, saying that it was good and that the government was recognizing the tricolour.
विपक्ष का के लोग किस तरह से कहते हैं, अगर जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के हाथ में भी तिरंगा लगाया है तो एक अच्छी बात है, कम से कम वो राष्ट्रध्वज का सम्मान करें और इस राष्ट्रीय त्योहार को मनाएं, ऐसी मेरी अपेक्षा है।
As nation is all set to celebrate India's 75th Independence Day, the country is geared up to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. In various cities where Tiranga rally is also being held to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Indian Army also organized marathon on the occasion of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Mumbai. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of India's 75th Independence Day.
13 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त तक चलाएं। जनता की बड़ी मांग थी कि सभी जगह तिरंगा उपलब्ध हो सके, तो ये राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के वितरण केंद्र की शुरुआत की गई है और यहाँ पर सशुल्क सभी को राष्ट्रीय ध्वज मिलेगा।
While BJP Amit Patra condemned the opposition stance on Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, saying that the Congress is doing politics over the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि तू इधर उधर की बात न कर, सिर्फ इतना बता, तिरंगे के प्रति सम्मान है या नहीं।
Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde camp spokesperson Deepak Kesarkar declared that Maharashtra cabinet expansion will take place by Sunday, further stating that the exact date for inducting new ministers would be revealed by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde in a few days. Shiv Sena's Uddhav delegation will meet the DGP is expected to meet the DGP later in the day. Shiv Sena MP Vinayak Raut, Arvind Sawant and MLC Manisha also are part of this delegation. The meet comes as the Shiv Sena party members view that the cases filed against the Shiv Seniks on attack on rebel MLAs were wrong and further demanding withdrawal of these cases. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will arrive in the national capital today as she embarks on a 4-day visit and is also expected to attend the Niti Aayog meet. Now, also according to sources, Mamata, who is expected to land this afternoon, will also be holding a meet in the evening with her party MPs who have been in the forefront of protests against the government in the ongoing parliament session. Mamata is also expected to meet the new president, Draupadi Murmu. JNK Director General of Police Dilbagh Singh chaired a high-level meet to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions as well. During this meeting, the DGP sought reports from the officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for smooth and peaceful conduct of the Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across JNK. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruit concluded, the Indian Navy received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. The recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Madrasa in Moira Bari has been demolished by bulldozer today, according to police officials. He was recently arrested for his links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. They further added that the area was controlled by Mufti Mustafa. Notably, security has also been beefed up at Moira Bari area. Now, India and the US will hold over 2-week-long mega military exercise in Uttarakhand's Oli in Uttarakhand amid the fast-evolving regional security scenario, according to sources in defence and military establishment. The 18th edition of exercise Yudh Abhyas is scheduled to take place from October 14th till the 31st. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y. Jagan Mohan Reddy credited over 350 crore rupees to 3.95 lakh beneficiaries under Jaganna Thodu scheme. According to Chief Minister's office, the scheme provides 10,000 rupees each to small traders, vendors and artisans as well. India is all set to host diplomats of the 15-nation Union Security Council in October for a special meet on counter-terrorism. India is halfway through the second year of its 2-year term as an elected non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. India's tenure at the council will end in December this year, when the country will also preside as the president of the powerful United Nations organ for the month. Meanwhile, heavy rains were reported in several places in Rajasthan in last 24 hours, with Jaipur recording torrential amount of rainfall. The meteorological department, meanwhile, has issued a warning for heavy rainfall in many parts of Rajasthan in the next 24 hours. Heavy showers also triggered landslides in Kannauj district of Himachal. Chicken farms are also facing maximum damage due to poor weather conditions. Notably, an orange alert has also been sounded in 11 districts by the IMD, indicating a probable decrease in the intensity of the rains hitting the southern state in Kerala. Incessant rainfall also threw life out of gear in Uttarakhand's capital city, Dehradun. The IMD in their recent forecast has said that increased heavy rainfall over North India is likely to continue due to the northward shift of the monsoon winds. Now, amid heavy rainfall that continues to lash Mumbai, daily life of the commuters has taken a hit as flooding waterlogging has been reported in Andheri subway due to the torrential rains early this morning. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar expressed his condolences over the death of 3 people in a road accident in Bhaura Chowk in Vaishali's Patepur. Taking note of the situation, the state chief announced an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees to the deceased's kin. Delhi is also experiencing a sigh of relief as light rain lashed several parts of the national capital, with expectations of cloudy skies throughout the day. This means that the parts of the national capital region, including Noida, Gurugram, Ghaziabad, are all set to receive rainfall today as well. According to the Union Health Ministry, India has recorded over 19,000 new cases of COVID-19 in the last 24 hours. Taking the tally to over 5 crore mark, while the national COVID recovery rate was recorded at 98.5%. With an aim to increase the power generation capacity of the central state, in Madhya Pradesh, to address electricity problems in the region, a floating solar power plant is going to be built in the Khandwa region, which will generate 600 megawatt power by 2023. This is said to be the world's largest floating solar plant. The project is estimated to be worth over 3,000 crore rupees. The Allahabad High Court has approved the bail of Brijesh Singh alias Arun Kumar Singh. Singh has been accused of conspiracy to murder and murderous attack on Bahubali Mukhtar Ansari and has been in jail for the last 12 years. The bail was granted by single bench of Justice Arvind Kumar Mishra. Union Home Minister Amit Shah visited Bangalore and attended a conference of the Ministry of Culture and Confederation of Indian Industries conference called Sankalp Siddhi. The Union Home Minister is likely to hold talks with state BJP leaders as well amid tensions surrounding the back-to-back murders in the communally sensitive Dakshin Kannada district.
एक तो हमारी नई पीढ़ी जो हमारे किशोर है, युवा हैं, जिनको आजादी के आंदोलन से बहुत ज्यादा सरोकार इसलिए नहीं रहा है कि वह अब इतिहास के पन्नों में चला गया। मगर जब तक देश की नई पीढ़ी आजादी के आंदोलन की स्पिरिट, आजादी के आंदोलन में दिए गए बलिदान और आजादी के आंदोलन का इतिहास नहीं जानती है, वो कभी भी देश की विकास की प्रक्रिया से नहीं जुड़ सकती है।
Meanwhile, news coming in from Indore where female inmates of Central Jail, Central Jail of Indore made Rakhis for soldiers posted in border areas for the occasion of Raksha Bandhan. According to police officials, at least 200 Rakhis will be sent to soldiers in Kashmir. And not just that, these Rakhis will also be available at their outlet for common people.
जेल में जो है महिला बंदियों के द्वारा जो है राखी का बनाया जा रहा है, जिनको हमने इन्हें प्रशिक्षण दिलवाया था राखी बनाने का, जिसका उद्देश्य ये है कि राखी ये बनाएंगी तो इससे एक प्रेम भाव जुड़ा रहता है। और राखी एक और उद्देश्य है पावन की, जो हमारे बॉर्डर पे जो सिपाही हैं उनके लिए महिला बंदियों द्वारा बना करके 200 राखी हम जो है भिजवा रहे हैं, जो कि कश्मीर बॉर्डर पे सैनिकों को बांधी जाएगी।
Now, an idol of Shivling located on the Chola Road in Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal, was broken and uprooted from the ground. According to police officials, the stone from which the Shivling was broken is also, in fact, was found lying in the temple itself. The Shivling belonged to Pipleshwar Mahadev temple, which is located in the front of Vishwa Hindu Parishad office. Meanwhile, a case has also been registered in connection with the case.
इस मामले में जो जोन 3 का है, इसमें एक मंदिर है, उसमें जो मूर्ति है उसको क्षतिग्रस्त करने का मामला सामने आया है। पुलिस इसमें जो स्थान है मंदिर का, वहाँ के आसपास के क्षेत्रों में पूछताछ कर रही है, वहाँ के तकनीकी साक्ष्य भी एकत्रित कर रही है। अभी कुछ संदिग्ध पुलिस के पास में है, उनका कंफर्म होने के पश्चात इसमें आगे भी बताएगा।
At least 2 died and 1 was hospitalized after a gas leak incident was reported in an electro steel factory that was reported from the Kharda district of West Bengal. The police officials of the same district confirmed the information as well. Meanwhile, in news from Rajasthan, where Animal Husbandry Minister Lalchand Kataria exhorted officials to pull all stops to control the lumpy disease spreading among animals. Kataria, the minister, held a review meet with the district level officials regarding lumpy skin disease, which has so far claimed lives of more than 1,000 cows and other bovines across the state. The state government has also sent medical teams and allotted emergency funds for medicine.
कि पशु मुंह से बोल नहीं सकता और सबसे ज़्यादा ये गायों पे असर कर रही है बीमारी। भैंसों पे शायद अभी तक कोई केस हमारे सामने आया नहीं। सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्टेड गौशालाएं हैं या गो पशुधन है, जिसको बचाना हमारी प्राथमिकता है।
Now, after concluding a high-profile visit to Taiwan, US Speaker Nancy Pelosi met top political leaders of South Korea as well. Pelosi said that the US wants to advance security, economy and governance as well, and would do so with the help of their South Korean friends. After South Korea, Nancy is also expected to travel to Japan.
And we want to advance security, economy and governance in an interparliamentary way. Our president, as you acknowledged, was here in the spring in May, and he has sent ongoing announcements about the Asian Pacific initiatives, the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. We want to be able to work together for all of the purposes I mentioned, but to do so listening to our friends in South Korea as to how we can do it best.
failure of 4 consecutive rain seasons in parts of Ethiopia, Kenya and Somalia have posing a threat to starvation of communities of Africa, according to humanitarian relief agencies. At least 7 million livestock have died across the region.
Now, the biggest threat to food security, as we are witnessing, is climate change. So efforts towards climate adaptation are really becoming more and more critical as we move along. So climate change is a really big one. The drought cycles have increased over time and are stretching for longer periods. This is a major concern.
Now, 2 days after US Speaker Nancy Pelosi arrived went to Taiwan on the visit, which left China furious, Beijing kick-started large-scale military drills around the island nation. According to sources, live-fire drills also began in 6 identified zones around the island at noon local time. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with India's Foreign Minister Jai Shankar in Cambodia ahead of ASEAN meeting. Blinken said he was looking forward to comparing notes with Jai Shankar, and the pair also discussed issues including the situation in Sri Lanka and Myanmar.
Compare notes as we head into these very important ASEAN meetings. We're both strong proponents of ASEAN centrality. We have a shared vision together for a free and open Indo-Pacific that we work on in so many different ways every single day. And of course, we have some immediate challenges that we're both concerned with, to include the situation in Sri Lanka, Burma, and a number of other hotspots. So I very much look forward to once again being able to go through a number of these issues with my friend, and then we'll both head over to our meetings.
Now, the Senate ratified NATO membership for Finland and Sweden with an overwhelming support for expanding the Western military alliance in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The final vote was 95 opposite to 1 senator voting that was present. As California continues to be in a state of emergency due to monkeypox outbreak, the city of West Hollywood launched a pop-up clinic to deliver doses of vaccine to vulnerable recipients. Los Angeles County, in fact, has 19,000 doses of the vaccine for high-risk individuals. Foreign ministers from the Association of Southeast Asian nations began meeting their counterparts from key partners. South Korea's Foreign Minister Park Jin also outlined intentions for deepening the relationship between his country and ASEAN. Teams carried out an inspection of the first Ukrainian ship transporting grain under wartime deal in Istanbul. Joint civilian inspection team also spent 3 hours checking the cargo and crew of the ship as well, which left Odessa on Monday carrying Ukrainian corn. The team, meanwhile, also included officials from Ukraine, Russia, Turkey and the United Nations, who signed deals last month to create safe Black Sea shipping corridors. And in news from the world of sports, Renuka Singh's 4-wicket haul guided India to a 100-run victory over Barbados to seal a place in the semi-finals at the ongoing Commonwealth Games. For India, Renuka bagged 4 wickets, while Harmanpreet Kaur, Radha Yadav and Sneh Rana bagged 1 wicket each. For Barbados, Kishona Knight was the top scorer.
Yeah, definitely. If you go to it, it was a do-or-die situation for both the teams, and even the talk in the dressing room was like, we're not going to focus about the results. We just got to do our job well. We just got to focus on the process. And even for me, my role was given to me. The way I need to play, I need to bat through, but at the same time, I need to get those boundaries and signal doubles.
Now, world champion Nikhat Zareen is sure of a medal in the women's 50 kg light flyweight after she defeated Wales' Helen Jones at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. The 26-year-old Nikhat Zareen was aggressive from the get-go against Jones at the National Exhibition Centre. And it was another fruitful day for India in the Commonwealth Games as Tejaswin Shankar created history with the first ever medal for India in high jump. The Indian contingent added 5 medals on day 6, 1 silver. With this, India has 1 silver, 4 bronze, taking the total tally to 18 now. Sulika Maan claimed the silver medal in the final of the women's 78 kg category after suffering a defeat against Scotland's Sarah Addington at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Playing at the Coventry Arena, the Indian judoka faced tough competition from her opponent while she received second Shiro on the board.
Thank you so much sir. Like बिना उनकी हेल्प के कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता था, क्योंकि उन्होंने ही सब खेलो इंडिया स्कीम स्टार्ट करी, उस वजह से मैं भोपाल आई और all thanks to our team.
The Indian men's hockey team defeated Canada in its third Pool B match at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Indian men's hockey team continued their unbeaten run at the Games. India gave no respite to Canadian defence as they continued to attack in numbers as the second half kicked off.
Is computing in science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to oppose?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Digbag Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader turned.
And news in brief, news coming in from Uttarakhand, where the Chamoli-Nandaprayag highway was blocked due to debris as a result of landslides which were reported as a result of heavy rains. The IMD has stated heavy rainfall will continue in several districts of Uttarakhand. Heavy rains also Heavy rains lashed several places in Rajasthan in last 24 hours, with Jaipur recording torrential rains as well. The Met has issued a warning for heavy rainfall in parts of the state in the next 24 hours. Slipping into a very short break, more lined up for you, lots lined up for you. On the other side, India roars Tiranga above all, but opposition won't even spare Tiranga from politics. After Rahul's Nehru stunned Mehbooba at it, now opposition tries to spin competitive nationalism.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh took held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed 21 Australian universities in an online discussion hosted by Australian National University in Canberra. Zelensky said he would prefer Beijing join countries including the United States and Australia. French lawmakers approved a €20 billion package of measures to help struggling households cope with rising energy and food prices. The bill was a key promise from Macron, who was re-elected for a second term in April. Britain's governing Conservative Party said it had modified the voting process for its members to elect a new party leader and
Top headlines at 3:30 p.m. No escape for Raut. Packed off to ED custody till August 8th. Double trouble for Raut. ED probing Raut's role in the 45,000 crore Pearl scam case. India roars Tiranga above all, but opposition will not even spare Tiranga from politics. After Rahul's and Nehru's stunt, Mehbooba at it again now. Opposition tries to spin competitive nationalism.
Rahul Gandhi, the Young India office has been sealed. Rahul, do you want to say anything? Rahul, Young India office has been sealed now. That's Rahul Gandhi, who has just left from his residence.
Republic only channel to confront Rahul Gandhi. Watch how he slithers away without any answers. Rahul out of answers. And now he's also cornered by the mega ED action in the scam. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. On to Republic's mega exclusive on the freedom struggle for profit scam. When confronted by Republic on multi-crore National Herald scam, Rahul Gandhi not just ducked away the specifics, but he also called it an attempt to intimidate. Watch the full sequence on how Rahul chose not to speak a word on the 2,000 crore rupee scam, but rather attacked the government.
आप नेशनल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे। हम चुप नहीं होने वाले हैं। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे ये कुछ भी कर दें। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे। हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा। ये कुछ भी कर लें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
तो आप डरने वाले नहीं हैं?
ना, बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले हैं। और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं डरता।
एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया।
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता। सब लगातार के सामने आपके मैडम के घर के सामने बढ़िया और करिए, सच्चाई को बैरिकेड क्यों कर।
Now, even as a direct Vadra Congress link to properties amounting to crores of rupees emerges, Congress leaders continue to mount offensive. Listen into these reactions by the Congress leaders.
एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, तो इसको बार बार हम दोहराने से मुझे ठीक नहीं लगता।
ये पिछले 7-8 साल से चल रहा है, तो सरकारी एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं। जहां मर्जी अब बिल्डिंग सील कर देते हैं, कहीं भी घुस के आप छापामारी करने लगते हैं, कहीं तलाशी लेने लगते हैं। यह अच्छे संकेत नहीं है लोकतंत्र के लिए।
Addressing the media earlier today, BJP Sanjay demanded answers from the Vadra Congress in the freedom struggle for profit scam, while Congress MP Kharge has reiterated the witch hunt charge against the Vadra Congress. Here's more.
ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, तो इसको बार बार हम दोहराने से मुझे ठीक नहीं लगता।
वैसे दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट में एक्यूज नंबर 1 सोनिया गांधी और एक्यूज नंबर 2 राहुल गांधी, जिस प्रकार से कोर्ट ने पूरे विषय में एक्यूज नंबर 1 और एक्यूज नंबर 2 को इम्प्लीकेट किया है और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है ट्रायल फेस करना पड़ेगा, यह विषय बड़ा गंभीर है।
All right, so the visuals are on your screen. Republic confronts Rahul Gandhi on the National Herald, and in fact, Rahul Gandhi continues to be silent on the facts. He's claiming intimidation. With the Enforcement Directorate ceding the office of the young Indian, Republic TV had confronted the former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case as intimidation tactics. Speaking to Republic TV, Rahul has refused to answer the questions pertaining to the facts of the National Herald case and vowed to remain undeterred in his fight to save the democracy and nation. Anuj is joining me live. Anuj, take us to the details right now. We are seeing that Rahul Gandhi is clearly out of answers after you confronted him.
Well, exactly. That is the same line which has been taken by Rahul Gandhi, and this is the same line which has been always taken by the Congress party. They are calling it a witch hunt. But when Republic TV and I ask him the question that what exactly he has to say about the young Indian office which has been sealed, what he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies on which the ED is doing the investigation, Rahul Gandhi was not answering these questions but taking the same line again that this is a witch hunt, I'm not going to afraid, I'm not afraid of anything, we are going to go ahead. These were the lines which was taken by Rahul Gandhi, but the lines remain the same. On the other hand, if we talk about the investigation which has been taken ahead by the Enforcement Directorate, we do understand that the Young Indian office has been already sealed. On the other hand, the investigation is being taken ahead, and why? Because Malika Arjun Kharge, the office bearer, was not cooperating with the investigating agency. That is what the reason, which is something what have been told by the Enforcement Directorate, why they have sealed this particular office of Young Indian at the ITO of the National Capital. Whereas we also do have to remember how the Congress party is in panic. We have seen the same earlier also, and now again back. The Congress party in panic. Young Indian office has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Republic TV reporting live on the story. Will be right back. Time for a short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Sanjay Raut's custody has ended and will now be produced before the special PMLA court today. This comes after Sanjay Raut was in the ED's custody in relation to the Patrachal case, for which the ED raided his residences for about 9 hours. Now, the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has credited 395 crore rupees to 3.95 lakh beneficiaries under the Jagan Thodu scheme. According to the Chief Minister's office, the scheme provides 10,000 rupees each to small traders, vendors and artisans.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to expose
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Digbag Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over...
Top national update, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended till August 8 in connection with a money laundering case in the Patra Chaul's land case. Earlier, Raut said that he has been kept in a room which has neither window nor ventilation. The ED, however, denied the claim and said that the entire building is air-conditioned. With the ED sealing the office of Young Indian, Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case as intimidation tactics.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं. देखिए, सुनिए बात. हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं. समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
Speaking to Republic TV, Rahul Gandhi refused to answer any questions pertaining to the facts of the National Herald case and vowed to remain undeterred in his fight to save the democracy and nation. Opposition leader Mallikarjun Kharge said that he was urgently summoned by the ED following that Rajya Sabha witnessed ruckus. Speaking on the floor of the House, a senior Congress leader contended that the ED's move is inappropriate considering that the session is underway. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma made a strong statement and said that Assam is becoming a hotbed for Islamic fundamentalists and said that the whereabouts of the 5 Bangladeshi nationals are not known. He referred to the 5 terror modules busting in Assam in the last 5 months as the basis of his fears. As the nation is all set to celebrate India's 75th Independence Day, the country is geared up to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and various cities held Tiranga rally to commemorate Independence Day. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking here. India rose Tiranga above all, but opposition will not even spare Tiranga from the politics. Also coming up, double trouble for Raut. ED probing Raut's role in the 45,000 crore rupee pearl scam case.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Digbag Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader termed the Wayanad Member of Parliament a part-time irresponsible politician and also said that the latter was roaming around when the Parliament was debating price rise.
उन्होंने ये कहा है कि चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते. चर्चा हो गया तो इतना अज्ञान प्रदर्शन करते ही रहते हो. वो समझता है उनका राइट है. They are exhibiting the innocence. I mean, his innocence. He feels that it is his right. अज्ञान का एग्जीबिशन, ही फील्स दैट इट इज राइट। सो आई कांट, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ। चर्चा हो गया, रिप्लाई हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया, वो इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं ना, उनको कुछ पता नहीं चलता। ये पार्ट टाइम इररिस्पॉन्सिबल पॉलिटिक्स।
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President
Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, the nation is celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Indian Army Jawans organized a mini marathon in Mumbai to celebrate the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign.
It is something very important to know that Har Ghar Tiranga that has been initiated under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, for which the Ministry of Culture is the nodal ministry. But it is something that will be inspired Indians everywhere to host the national flag at their home. It is an initiative that is brought in by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, asking to, he is called upon all citizens to turn the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign into a mass movement by hosting or displaying the national flag at their home. So this is the program that has been initiated by Indian Army in Mumbai, starting from the Kalina.
Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Double trouble for Raut. ED probing Raut's role in the 45,000 crore pearl scam case. Plus, India roars Tiranga above all, but opposition will not even spare Tiranga from politics. Stay tuned. French lawmakers approved a 20 billion euro package of measures to help struggling households cope with rising energy and food prices. The bill was a key promise from Macron, who was re-elected for a second term in April. Britain's governing Conservative Party said it had modified the voting process for its members to elect a new party leader and Prime Minister. Now this comes after an alert from the country's spies warned that only cyber hackers could change members' ballots. Ukraine forces used self-propelled artillery in an effort to push Russians further away from the country's second largest city, Kharkiv, as Russians continued to press its offensive in the east. Under an agreement Moscow and Kiev signed last month to unblock Ukraine's agricultural exports and ease a global food crisis, the first cargo ship loaded with grain to leave Ukraine since Russia invaded more than 5 months ago safely crossed the Black Sea and anchored just outside Istanbul en route Lebanon. New Zealand government released its first ever climate adoption plan, which includes the possibility of moving some communities to higher ground. According to Climate Change Minister James Shaw, about 70,000 coastal homes in New Zealand are at risk due to rising water level in the area.
Sanjay Raut's custody has ended and will now be produced before the special PMLA court today. This comes after Sanjay Raut was in the ED's custody in relation to the Patra Chaul case, for which the ED raided his residences for about 9 hours now.
The Vadra Gandhis are the direct alleged beneficiaries of a gigantic multiple cases of financial usurping.
Location of which belongs to National Herald or Young Indian was raided by the enforcement directorate. This is the entry of the Herald House. On the 4th floor, this particular office is which has been sealed. और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
A cache of 8,000 odd gelatin sticks in 40 boxes were discovered. The large cache was recovered from 40 boxes near the Palakkad district of Kerala. The locals discovered it first around noon on 3rd of August and immediately informed the police. A police team from Shoranur and a revenue team under Patambi Tehsildar reached the spot and examined the explosives. According to police officials, there were about 200 sticks in each box which were suspected to have been used for...
All right, the big news coming in, viewers, right now. Sanjay Raut's wife has been summoned. She has just been summoned. Viewers, remember that Sanjay Raut has been sent to ED custody till August 8 in the Patra Chaul scam. And when it comes to his wife, when the investigation of his bank account was going on, an amount of 1.8 crore rupees was transferred to his wife, Varsha Raut. That's what the ED has said. And not what we are learning is that after those details that have come out and what we also told you Republic TV, all the details of the remand copy was shared with you on Republic TV. Now what we're learning is that Sanjay Raut's wife has been summoned by the ED. When asked to Sanjay Raut about the transactions which were made and the money which was put in the wife's account, Sanjay Raut was not able to answer how did that amount get into his wife's account. We have told you that on Republic TV, and documents have been asked from the respective banks in the case. That's what the ED has told court. Now what we are learning is that Sanjay Raut's wife has been summoned by the ED. Sandeep Singh joins me on the phone line. Sandeep, take us to the details of this latest development.
So yes, as Enforcement Directorate has got the custody of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut extended, now in the same sequence, Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut is being summoned by Enforcement Directorate. Remember all the transactions that took place from the account of Madhuri Raut, that is Praveen Raut's wife. 1.6 crore rupees were transferred, in fact, in the account of Varsha Raut, the wife of Sanjay Raut. Now the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Varsha Raut in the same sequence, in the same Patra Chaul case. Remember, the money trial is been traced by Enforcement Directorate, and now Varsha Raut is being summoned. So soon we will be seeing Varsha Raut to be present before Enforcement Directorate, and questioning will also happen out here at Enforcement Directorate office. So definitely a big breaking that is coming from the office of Enforcement Directorate. Over to you.
Sandeep, take us through exactly how Varsha Raut is involved in this scam, because what we have learned from that ED remand copy that several transactions were received in Sanjay Raut's wife's account, but Sanjay Raut had no answer to how did the money get there.
See, remember today in the courthouse also, when Enforcement Directorate was arguing in the court, they mentioned that several questions were asked in regards of the bank transactions from Praveen Raut's family to Varsha Raut account. Sanjay Raut was not cooperating, in fact, with Enforcement Directorate, and in fact he had no answers for the questions asked by the Enforcement Directorate. Now it has been told in the courthouse by ED officials that there is transactions from Madhuri Raut account to Varsha Raut account. Approx 1.6 to 1.8 crore is the amount that has been quoted by Enforcement Directorate that was transferred to Varsha Raut account. So definitely in the same sequence. Remember, Varsha Raut was in fact questioned in the past by ED officials. Now, as Sanjay Raut is under the custody of Enforcement Directorate, Varsha Raut is being summoned, and definitely ED will be asking several questions in regards of what this money was, what was the purpose of the money that was transferred, and in fact where did this money go, and how these money was utilized by Varsha Raut.
Sandeep, stay on with us for a while. Let's tell our viewers exactly what's happening right now. This is a big development coming in, viewers. The Raut files are exploding here at Republic TV after mega leads on Sanjay Raut's wife. What we have learned is that Sanjay Raut's wife has been summoned. His wife Varsha has been summoned in the Patra Chaul scam case. Remember that while investigating the bank account, an amount of 1.8 crores was transferred to his wife Varsha Raut. That's what the ED had shared. And when asked, Sanjay Raut was not able to answer.
So Varsha Raut is being summoned by Enforcement Directorate, and we are giving you minute-to-minute updates from the Enforcement Directorate. Keep in touch with us. Keep watching Republic TV. We will be back with you while in a short break.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to expose Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Digbag Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader
Top national updates with the Enforcement Directorate sealing the office of Young Indian. Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case intimidation tactics.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं. देखिए, सुनिए बात. हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं. समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
Viewers, keep watching Republic TV. Much more coming up. No escape for Raut. Packed off to ED custody till August 8th. Plus, Republic only channel to confront Rahul Gandhi. Watch how he slithers away without any answers.
Look, the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी.
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed 21 Australian universities in an online discussion hosted by Australian National University in Canberra. Zelensky said he would prefer Beijing join countries including the United States and Australia. French lawmakers approved a €20 billion package of measures to help struggling households cope with rising energy and food prices. The bill was a key promise from Macron, who was re-elected for a second term in April. Britain's governing Conservative Party said it had modified the voting process for its members to elect a new party leader and Prime Minister. Now, this comes after an alert from the country's spies warned that only cyber hackers could change members' ballots. Ukraine forces use self-propelled artillery in an effort to push Russians further away from the country's.
The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. It's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees, and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife, Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, family member.
लड़ाई कर रहा है और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा। ये कुछ भी कर लें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। धन्यवाद।
Arnav's debate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%. Number 1 across English, Hindi and Bangla.
Top headlines at this hour. ED sources probing Sanjay Raut's role in the second scam. A new Pearl scam now emerges. Sanjay Raut stays in ED custody till the 8th of August. Sanjay Raut's wife now summoned by the ED over cash transfers from alleged frontman. Republic confronts Rahul Gandhi, zero answers on freedom struggle for profit scam. ED searches Herald House, Kharge summoned so that agency search can continue. Har Ghar Tiranga anthem launched, the nation unites, but some parties continue to politicize. Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV this afternoon. I am Shivangi Shukla. And a big development in the Patra Chaul scam. Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, has now been summoned by the ED over cash transfers. This is the big news we're breaking at this point of time, viewers. It's a massive development coming in. Remember that while investigating the bank account, the ED said that a huge amount of money, up to 1.8 crore rupees, was transferred to his wife, Varsha Raut. And Shavan Sen joins me to get us all the details. Shavan, over to you.
Well, in fact, the latest details coming in with Sanjay Raut in Enforcement Directorate's custody till about 8th of August. Varsha Raut, his wife, has also now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. This comes after the Enforcement Directorate has basically come across fresh evidence in terms of witness statements that have been recorded, which goes on to indicate that Sanjay Raut had essentially given money, rather cash, to a witness to buy land in Alibag. In fact, that land was in the name of Varsha Raut, and not just that, also the kingpin of Patrachol scam. Praveen Raut had actually given money to Varsha Raut, which Varsha Raut essentially claimed in her first set of questioning that had taken place, saying that she had returned the money and this was in fact an unsecured loan that was basically given. But the Enforcement Directorate has essentially countered that by basically asking Varsha Raut to explain as to how exactly can that be considered loan when she had not paid any interest. And secondly, the money was returned much later. This was by the time that the Enforcement Directorate had basically begun the investigation in this particular case. Joining us on this broadcast is senior BJP leader Atul Bhatkalkar. Mr. Bhatkalkar, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, the Enforcement Directorate has essentially indicated that this scam is way bigger. They've come across money trail, something that has been lauded by the court. Court says that the Enforcement Directorate has essentially made remarkable progress. But once again, the Shiva Sena on the other hand has been saying that the ED is essentially being used, not just when it comes to Sanjay Raut, several other leaders.
Basically, from remand application of ED on the first day of Sanjay Raut, now it is very clear that not only Sanjay Raut but his whole family and extended family are deeply involved in this patratal corruption and malpractices, and so it is very natural for ED to summon Varsha Raut. Why she got 55 lakhs rupees non-interest loan? Why she did not pay that loan within 3 years? Whether Praveen Raut pursued for the return of that amount? No. And so that is a clear-cut case of quid pro quo. And Sanjay Raut is a kingpin of Patrachal scam. And so naturally they today summon Varsha Raut. Hope Varsha Raut will join the probe. And they have to check with both of them whether whatever Sanjay Raut is saying is correct or what Varsha Raut earlier said and this time is going to say that is more correct. And so I think it is progressing in the right direction and with right pace. And so whole Patrachal scam which was done not only by Sanjay Raut but many other leaders of Shiv Sena. Because when Patrachal development scheme was sanctioned by NOC got by the Mahada, that time many Marathi families were not ready to vacate their houses. That time's local corporator of Shiv Sena, Shinde, pressurized them. Not only that, Shinde's brother-in-law, who was inspector, and as on today, he is in jail along with Sachin Waze, gelatin scam. He pressurized people to vacate their flats. And so, section of the Shiv Sena and the whole Sanjay Raut family is a kingpin of this Patratal scam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatkalkar. Let me also bring in the senior BJP leader, Kirit Somaiya, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Somaiya, direct allegation now basically being levelled at Sanjay Raut that he's essentially received money. And in fact, Republic TV had basically exposed the fact that a witness whose statement was recorded by the Enforcement Directorate has basically come on record to say that 36 lakh rupees in cash was given by Sanjay Raut to buy the land in Alibag. What more can you tell us?
Anybody and everybody knows this. In a land transaction, usually 20-30% are taken by check, remaining amount by and large through cash. And a politician like Sanjay Raut, who used to influence the government policies, the Shiv Sena leadership views, he used to get what we say bribe or license fees. So there are various methods. Regularly he used to get some cash amount from Praveen Raut. All his air transaction, foreign tours, hotel bills, car, they have been bought by this Praveen Raut's company. So now the ED has started actual investigation. We will have to wait for a couple of weeks to see what are the new things coming out.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kirit Somaiya, for putting this into perspective. Let me also bring in my colleague Sandeep, who's joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate's office in Mumbai. Sandeep, what more are you picking up? It appears that the Enforcement Directorate essentially wants to question Varsha Raut as far as the 2.25 crore transaction is concerned.
So yes, as you rightly mentioned, Shah, Enforcement Directorate, today while demanding the custody extension of Sanjay Raut has mentioned about the bank transactions and the money transfers that happened between Praveen Raut and the Varsha Raut account. In fact, in the same sequence now, Varsha Raut is being summoned by Enforcement Directorate, and for the Enforcement Directorate will look out for the answers from where did this money come and for what were the purpose of these kind of transactions and where did this money was utilized in fact. So definitely all these questions, all the puzzles will be joined by Enforcement Directorate and definitely will be seeing Varsha Raut who will be attending the questioning session out here at Enforcement Directorate.
Thank you very much, Sandeep, for putting this into perspective. Trust you to keep us ahead on this story as we get more and more updates. Sanjay Raut would essentially be spending the night at the Enforcement Directorate's custody, and not just that, not ruling out the possibility of a joint confrontation with his wife Varsha Raut. Moving on, getting in some more breaking news right now. On 4th of August, a patrol party of the BSF in Bhuj observed some Pakistani fishing boat that was trying to enter into Indian territory. The BSF immediately rushed to the spot and seized 2 Pakistani fishing boats from Haramai Nala close to the international border. On seeing the BSF patrol approaching them, Pakistani fishermen
पे ये प्रेस वार्ता करूं, कुछ वो सवाल जो जनता पूछ रही है और जिसका उत्तर राहुल गांधी को देना है, इस मंच से उठाऊं। यह हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। बहुत सख्त शब्दों में राहुल गांधी को और कांग्रेस पार्टी को यह बताना आवश्यक है, सावधान करना आवश्यक है, चेतावनी दे रहा हूं कि जिस तरह से अमर्यादित आचरण कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, राहुल गांधी द्वारा और उनके जो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं उनके द्वारा किया जा रहा है, यह कतई उचित नहीं है। पहले आप चोरी करेंगे, देश को लूटेंगे और उसके बाद पूरे देश में अराजकता फैलाने का प्रयास करेंगे। पहले चोरी फिर सीना चोरी। लोकतंत्र में मर्यादा होती है, यह देश संविधान से चलता है और जिस तरह से देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को डराया जा रहा है, धमकाया जा रहा है, तो गांधी परिवार, सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी ये जान लें कि वो कानून से ऊपर नहीं है। यह भी तथ्य सर्वविदित है कि सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी दोनों बेल पे बाहर हैं, भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप पे बाहर हैं और उसके बाद भी एक अभियुक्त और आरोपी होने के बावजूद सार्वजनिक जीवन में आप हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी बड़ी है। आपको चाहिए कि जो सवाल जनता पूछ रही है, जो हम यहां से उठा रहे हैं, उनका उत्तर दें। लेकिन हमने क्या देखा? हमने ये अनर्गल बयान सुने हैं। ईडी को सोनिया गांधी जी से, राहुल गांधी जी से पूछताछ करने के लिए घर जाना चाहिए। यह कहां देखा गया है? यह बात सही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए उनके नेता सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी और गांधी परिवार संविधान से ऊपर हैं, लेकिन कोई आरोपी है तो हमारे देश का कानून यह कहता है कि उससे पूछताछ भी होगी और जो मुख्यालय होगा वही होगी। जो वीवीआईपी कल्चर कांग्रेस की सरकार में चलता था, यह बंद किया है तो श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया है और आम जनता की यही चाहत है। मैं सबसे पहले कहूंगा कि आप शब्दवीर मत बनिए, आप तथ्यवीर बनिए। तथ्य ऐसे दीजिए जब जनता सुने तो कहे कि हां बात तो सही कही गई। और मेरा प्रयास इस मंच से केवल इतना है कि सबसे पहले मैं यह दिखाना चाहता हूं, निचली अदालत में आपको बेल मिली, वो बेल का ऑर्डर आपको एक आरोपी मानता है। 19 दिसंबर 2015 आप दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय गए और इस प्रार्थना से गए कि जो मामला चल रहा है यह राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है, इसे समाप्त किया जाए, रद्द किया जाए। और मैं समय नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि यह आदेश आज सुबह जब मेरे साथी ने प्रेस से वार्ता करी तो यह पढ़ा। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने कहा कि यह मामला रद्द नहीं होगा, लेकिन एक लाइन में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का आदेश लेके आया हूं, यह जरूर पढ़ूंगा और उसके बाद वो सवाल पूछूंगा जो जनता पूछ रही है। 12 फरवरी 2016 सर्वोच्च न्यायालय, पहले पृष्ठ पे क्या लिखा है? याचिकाकर्ता सोनिया गांधी जो एक्यूज्ड हैं, इन्होंने मांग करी मामला रद्द हो। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो कहा वो लाइन मैं जरूर पढ़ूंगा। Insofar as the determination rendered by the High Court in rejecting the prayer for quashing the proceedings against the petitioners is concerned, we find no justification in interfering therewith. हम हस्तक्षेप नहीं करेंगे। तो मेरा पहला सवाल आपसे यह है, क्या सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, उच्च न्यायालय में सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी की आस्था नहीं है? क्या आपकी आस्था इस देश के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय और उच्च न्यायालय में नहीं है? ये बताइए जनता को। इसके बाद यह बात सर्वविदित है कि किस तरह से जो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता रहे, गांधी परिवार के करीबी मोतीलाल वोरा जी पे ठीकरा फोड़ा जा रहा है। हमें तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है, जो भी किया मोतीलाल वोरा ने किया। मैं एक बात और प्रश्न उठाता हूं विधिक तौर पे, और इसका उत्तर राहुल गांधी अगर देंगे तो देश की जनता को अच्छा लगेगा। क्या यह सत्य नहीं है कि 38% की जो शेयर होल्डिंग है वो सोनिया गांधी की है और 38% की शेयर होल्डिंग जो है वो राहुल गांधी की है यंग इंडिया में? दोनों को जोड़िए 76%। और कानून यह कहता है कि 50% से ज्यादा 51% पे आपका कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक होता है। कंपनी द्वारा जो भी फैसला किया जाता है वो मेजॉरिटी शेयर होल्डर द्वारा किया जाता है। मेरा दूसरा सवाल, जब कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी का है और गांधी परिवार का है 76% से ज्यादा, तो ठीकरा फोड़ा जा रहा है एक ऐसे व्यक्ति में पर जो आज दुनिया में नहीं है। तो यह फैसला किसने लिया था? यह जो घोटाला हुआ, घपला हुआ, मनी लॉन्डर किया गया, यह किसने किया? यह दूसरा सवाल है। तीसरा सवाल, डोटेक्स नामक एक कंपनी है जो 1 करोड़ का लोन देती है यंग इंडिया को, और यंग इंडिया वो कंपनी है जिसके पास 1 रुपए का असेट नहीं, जिसकी वैल्यूएशन 0 है। मेरा तीसरा सवाल है, राहुल गांधी जी अगर हिम्मत हो तो दीजिएगा, जिस कंपनी के पास 1 रुपया नहीं, 1 असेट नहीं, उसको एक और कंपनी 1 करोड़ रुपया क्यों देती है? कृपया करके देश को यह बताइए, इधर उधर की बात ना कर, यह बता गांधी परिवार ने देश लूटा क्यों? यह तीसरा प्रश्न है। चौथा प्रश्न जो हम चाहते हैं आप उत्तर दें, तलखी ना दिखाइए, ईडी को धमकी ना दीजिए, केवल चौथे प्रश्न का उत्तर दीजिए। राहुल गांधी की जेब से 1 रुपया नहीं गया। पहली जो किस्त 50 लाख की आई डोटेक्स की, वो उन्होंने पे करा, और जब पे करते हैं तो 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति जो है एजेएल की, वो ट्रांसफर हो जाती है यंग इंडिया में। निष्कर्ष क्या है? जेब से 1 रुपया नहीं दिया, 2000 करोड़ की संपत्ति के मालिक, कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक जो 76% मैंने बताया है उसके हो गए। जो 50 लाख दिया वो भी किसी और कंपनी से लिया। ऐसा ट्रांजैक्शन राहुल गांधी जी हमने तो कभी नहीं देखा। कृपया करके उत्तर दीजिए। और पांचवा बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, और इसके लिए कोई बहुत ज्यादा आपको विधिक समझ या व्यवहारिक समझ की आवश्यकता नहीं है। यह उच्च न्यायालय के आदेश में भी आया है कि 2000 करोड़ से ज्यादा की संपत्ति एजेएल के पास थी, असेट्स थे। लोन था 90 करोड़ का। यह बात और है कि एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपने वर्कर से चंदा लेके दूसरी कंपनी को लोन देती है, यह कितना उचित है। लेकिन उसमें ना जाते हुए मैं एक जो बड़ा प्रश्न कर रहा हूं, आपके पास जेब में 2000 रुपए हैं, 2000 करोड़ का मामला है इसलिए 2000 रुपए, और 90 रुपए आपको किसी को देने हैं। 90 करोड़ का लोन है, तो आप 2000 के पूरा का पूरा दे देंगे। आप उस असेट को बेच के 90 करोड़ का लोन दे सकते थे, लेकिन नहीं। मंशा क्या थी? मंशा यह थी कि यह 2000 करोड़ की जो संपत्ति है यह किसी तरह से यंग इंडिया में पहुंच जाए। यह मेरा पांचवा सवाल है, और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से आज यह बात कहता हूं। यह सवाल देश के सवाल हैं। आप ये जो बार बार कहते हैं, मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से नहीं डरता हूं। राहुल गांधी जी, जो आपका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है, जो आपके परिवार का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है, भ्रष्टाचारी परिवार जिसके 3 सदस्य बेल पे बाहर हैं। कोई राजनीतिक परिवार है क्या भारत में जिसके 3 सदस्य बेल पे बाहर हो? सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा। यह बात सही है कि आपको अगर डर नहीं लगता है तो डर नहीं लगता है भ्रष्टाचार करने से। आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है। आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है, क्योंकि अगर कानून से डर ना लगता होता, और आपका यह आरोप है कि राजनीतिक द्वेष से यह सारा मामला चल रहा है, तो आप सबसे पहले एक नागरिक की तरह न्यायालय का दरवाजा खटखटाते, एक आदेश लाते और कहते ये देखो, ये सत्य है, ये प्रमाण है मेरी ईमानदारी का। वो आप नहीं कर पाए। आपको उत्तर देने से बहुत डर लगता है। जब आपसे मुश्किल प्रश्न पूछे जाते हैं तो आप घबरा जाते हैं, तो आप इधर उधर की बात करने लगते हैं। और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से एक बात कहूंगा, एक नया प्रचलन है जहां जो हमारे देश की जांच एजेंसियां हैं उनके लिए अपशब्द कहे जाते हैं। कहा जाता है कि वो इडियट है, कोई उन्हें पालतू बुला लेता है। मैं कोई गलत शब्दों का इस्तेमाल तो नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन आज मैं आपको एक तथ्यों के आधार पर बात जरूर कहूंगा, जिसको गांधी परिवार के समर्थक और लीडर इडियट बुलाते हैं। उस ईडी ने 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो अवैध संपत्ति है उसे जब्त किया है। उसने 992 चार्जशीट दायर करी है न्यायालय में, जिससे कि जो देश को लूटते हैं उनको सजा हो सके, और 400 गिरफ्तारी करी है और 25 लोग कन्विक्ट करवाए हैं। लेकिन दुखद यह है, खुली छूट है कांग्रेस में कि आप जांच एजेंसियों के लिए पालतू जैसा शब्द का इस्तेमाल करिए, उन्हें इडियट बुलाइए। और कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए जो जीनियस है, आप जानते हैं आइंस्टाइन से ज्यादा जिसे समझ कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले कहते हैं है, उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखिए। कौन आरोप लगा रहा है? आज राहुल गांधी बेल पर बाहर हैं, यह सत्य है। जनता ने उनको नकारा है। अमेठी का चुनाव वो हार गए, 40 चुनाव वो हरवा चुके हैं। संसद वो जाते नहीं, उनकी अटेंडेंस 40% है। ये है जीनियस। और जो 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए की अवैध संपत्ति को जब्त करती है, टैक्स पेयर का रुपया सुनिश्चित करती है कि आम जनता के लिए लगाया जाए, उसको इडियट और पालतू बुलाया जाता है। और अभी जब इस प्रेस वार्ता के लिए मैं आ रहा था, तो एक आदेश आया ईडी कोर्ट से, जिसमें हमने देखा है कि संजय राउत, जो खुद अभी एक आरोपी हैं, वहां भी ऐसी ही दलील दी जाती है, ये राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है। लेकिन पहले 4 दिन की ईडी रिमांड में उन्हें दिया गया, और आज जो फैसला आया है, न्यायालय ने कहा है कि 4 दिन के लिए और इन्हें ईडी की कस्टडी में रखा जाएगा। और जिसे ये कहते हैं कि ईडी इशारों में काम करती है किसी नेता के, यह अपमान है भारत के संविधान का, न्यायपालिका का, नागरिक का, हर उस व्यक्ति का जिसकी आस्था संविधान में है। और न्यायालय ने आज क्या कहा है, यह बात मैं आपके सामने रख दूं। जो स्पेशल जज हैं, उन्होंने कहा है कि रिमार्केबल प्रोग्रेस हैज बीन मेड इन द इन्वेस्टिगेशन संजय राउत के मामले में। इसी तरह से पश्चिम बंगाल में भी हमने देखा है, ईडी ने न्याय संगत कार्रवाई करते हुए जो कदम उठाए, हमने देखा कि गुलाबी नोटों के पहाड़ दिखाई दे रहे थे, उसमें कार्रवाई हुई, किसी न्यायालय ने हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया। लेकिन बुरा कौन है? जांच एजेंसी है। सारे भ्रष्टाचारी इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं। जब देश को लूटते हैं तब नहीं सोचते हैं, लेकिन जब सवाल पूछो तो कहते हैं कि जो सवाल पूछ रहा है जांच एजेंसी बुरी है, इडियट है, पालतू है। यह इस देश के लिए कितना उचित है? इसीलिए ये राजनीतिक दल अलग थलग पड़े हुए हैं। इसके साथ ही मैं इतना कह के अपनी बात को अंत करूंगा। आज जिस तरह का व्यवहार एक आरोपी राहुल गांधी ने दिखाया है, यह लोकतंत्र के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। एक जनप्रतिनिधि की जिम्मेदारी बड़ी होती है। आपको चाहिए जो सवाल हमने यहां से पूछे हैं, उन सवालों का उत्तर दीजिए और हमें निशब्द कर दीजिए, हमें चुप करा दीजिए। देश की जनता भी यही चाहती है। लेकिन आपकी चुप्पी जो है वो साफ जाहिर करती है कि इस घोटाले में बहुत कुछ काला है, जैसे आपकी नीयत काली है। धन्यवाद। कोई सवाल हो तो। मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि सबसे ज्यादा विद्वान जो हैं पत्रकार माने जाते हैं, और अगर आपका विवेक भी यही कहता है कि इन तथ्यों में दम है, तो जरूरी हो जाता है कि इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर गांधी परिवार दे। और किसी भी जांच एजेंसी को अपशब्द कहना, डराना, जो व्यवस्था बनी है एक जांच करने की, उसमें व्यवधान उत्पन्न करना, यह कतई उचित नहीं हो सकता। और इस मंच से यही बड़े सवाल, जिस तरह से चोरी और सीनाजोरी की जा रही है, यह निंदनीय है और देश की जनता इनको कुकर्मों के लिए माफ नहीं करने वाली है। Any questions on this topic first, and then I'll take your question. और कोई? Okay, thank you.
सर, जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी ने आरएसएस पर निशाना साधा और कहा है कि आरएसएस राष्ट्रभक्त पार्टी नहीं है,
Viewers, Republic super exclusive coming from Udhampur right now. Massive cash recovery has been made amounting to about 2 crore rupees, of which you can see there on your screens. The narco-terror angle is now being probed. Gursimran is joining me live. Gursimran, take us to the details. The cash recovery has been made from a truck, and we also know that one of the 2 persons who were in the truck tried to run away. What's happening right now?
See, right now we are at the Udhampur police station. A huge recovery has been made. A major narco-terror module has been busted by the Udhampur police, and this is the amount of the cash that has been recovered. You can see the notes of various denominations have been recovered, and to 1.91 crore is the recovery that has been made by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the narcotics. And a Punjab-based smuggler has been arrested. Another person who has come from the Kashmir Valley to take away this cash to the North Kashmir, possibly for the smuggling of the narcotics. He was hit by a vehicle and got killed. One Punjab-based smuggler has been arrested, identified as Jagtar Singh. He is now being probed, and this is the vehicle, the Punjab number vehicle that has been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. In this vehicle, this 1.91 crore cash was coming from Punjab, and it was to be given to the Kashmir-based smuggler. Now the police is also probing the gangster terror group angle, as the SIA, the Special Investigation Agency, in its recent case has also hinted towards the same. So this a bigger module that has been busted by the Udhampur police. This is also being probed by the various intelligence agencies, but a big win for the forces, as a money around 1.91 crore that was to be pushed for purchase of narcotics that has now been recovered. 250 gram, around 250 gram narcotics, heroin has been recovered by the police, and this is the heroin that has been recovered. Important to mention that what we are getting to know from the investigation that has been carried out by the various agencies so far, it clearly hints that the money that was to be generated from the heroin that was being purchased by the smuggler from the Kashmir-based smuggler of the narcotics was to be used for the anti-India activities in Punjab and in Jammu and Kashmir. So this was a big module that was working possibly on the behest of the ISI or the Punjab-based gangsters that is being probed by the Udhampur police and the sister investigation agencies. But a big win, as 2 crores, 1.91 crore cash has been recovered, and this all was going in the Kashmir Valley for the purchase of the narcotics. So how desperate the Pakistan is by pushing the narcotics into the Indian side, the money being used from Punjab to Kashmir Valley. This narco smuggling, narco terror module becoming bigger with each passing day. The Jammu and Kashmir police has got a big success with this recovery, and now they are looking into every possible angle. See, a couple of days ago, the Special Investigation Agency of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have filed the charge sheet in which it was clearly mentioned that the Punjab-based gangsters and the Pakistan-based terror groups in Kashmir Valley, they are working hand in glove with each other. How the narcotic module, the Hawala money channels are being used, and even the bitcoins are being used for the terror funding. So the proceeds of the narcotics that was to purchase using this 2 crore of the money in Punjab was to be used for the anti-India activities. This all has emerged so far, and now multiple agencies are on the ground working round the clock to ensure that this narco terror module that has been busted, and preliminary investigation has suggested so. Now they are looking into all forward and backward linkages, and these are the officials who were part of the team that carried out this operation, a successful operation that was carried out, and now the investigation is underway to find out who were the Pakistani proxies who were in touch with them. The Punjab-based vehicle, and the vehicle also has a sticker on it, excise vehicle, it has written on it, so as to evade the scrutiny by the Punjab police or by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The cash was inside a bag. If Gaurav can show you inside this vehicle, there is a bag on the back seat. The cash was inside that only, and it was to be handed over to the Kashmir-based smuggler in Udhampur only. Now the investigation is on to find out who all were there and how it was to be planned, how the drugs was to be given in exchange of this money. All this is being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police in Udhampur. Yes.
Randa, it's a well-known fact that narcos are being used. Narco terror is being used to fund terrorist activities, especially, Pakistan-sponsored terror. So when it comes to that, Gursimran, take us through exactly how important this drug bust is and this cash recovery is for making sure that we crack down on such anti-India activities.
See, this is really very important because this 2 crore, 1.91 crore, the recovery, the cash recovery that has been made by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the narcotics recovery is really very important because this was a narco terror module. That is what we are getting to know from the investigation so far. And this was working, they are working in a manner that the proceeds of the narcotics that was to be sent from the Kashmir Valley in exchange of this 1.91 crore cash, that was to be sold in Punjab, and the proceeds of the narcotic sale, that was to be used for the anti-India activities. This is what the investigation of the Special Investigation Agency, SIA, has hinted in the earlier cases as well. And now the police is also looking into this possible angle. See, these are various angles that the agencies are working upon because this has been operandi of the various narco terror groups. So all this is being taken into consideration by the Udhampur police. See, it's too preliminary to come to any concrete evidence that how this module was working. But yes, what it seems preliminary that the narcotics link that has emerged so far, and also the recovery of this much of cash clearly hints so. Yes.
All right, thank you, Gursimran, for joining us with all those details. Massive narco cash stash has been busted there in Jammu. And Gursimran, we trust you to get us ahead on the story and get us all the details as we get more developments. Another big news coming in, viewers, right now. A big setback for former Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey in the NSE phone tapping case. Former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey bail plea has been dismissed. I repeat, the bail plea of Sanjay Pandey has been dismissed by the Raut Avenue Court. Special CBI judge has dismissed Pandey's bail plea. Pandey is under judicial custody till August 16th. Another big setback coming in. Remember, the case is based on a FIR registered in 2018 against the IPS officer of the 1986 batch, an audit company linked to his company as well. Sambhav is joining me. Sambhav, this is a big setback coming in for the former top cop Sanjay Pandey. Take us through what happened in court.
So it's the latest coming in here from the Delhi's Raut Avenue Court, wherein the special CBI judge Sunaina Sharma pronounced that the bail plea has been rejected. So Mumbai's former top cop's bail plea, Sanjay Pandey's bail plea, has been rejected. And remind you, he is under judicial custody. He is under judicial custody till August 16. So his judicial custody is underway. He is under, ED has arrested him and he is under judicial custody till August 16. And today, regarding the bail, long arguments happened wherein the SV Raju on one side and his lawyer Mir on the other side argued on different matters regarding the bail. But today, as the order was reserved yesterday on the bail plea, today the court pronounced the order and his bail plea has been rejected. So his bail plea is when you court today.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Sambhav there. So a big setback for former Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey in the NSE phone tapping case. The former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey's bail plea has been dismissed by the court, and special CBI judge has dismissed Pandey's bail plea. The Pandey is under judicial custody till August 16, and we'll continue getting you all the details. Much more coming up on the other side. The Republic confronts Rahul Gandhi. Zero answers on freedom struggle for profit scam. And ED searches Herald House. Kharge summoned so that agency search can continue.
Powered by OLX Autos. Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Extreme power, pickup और performance 3P Tech के साथ Servo 40, the science of extreme.
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लेना है बट कौन सा प्लान लूं? बीमारियां कौन सी कवर्ड है? क्लेम प्रोसेस सो कंफ्यूजिंग.
Policybazaar.com पर जाओ, होम अपॉइंटमेंट बुक करो एंड द एक्सपर्ट हाजिर. सही हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस से लेकर क्लेम प्रोसेस तक सब समझाएगा. 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू. बुक योर होम अपॉइंटमेंट ऑन पॉलिसी बाजार.
अच्छा लगता है यहाँ आना. पहले तो कभी आए कभी नहीं. दर्द ही इतना रहता था घुटनों में. फिर एक दिन निखिल ने आइडेक्स का अल्ट्रा जेल ला के दिया. इट वर्क, वो भी बिना किसी जलन के.
आयोडेक्स अल्ट्रा जेल ये कोई आम जेल नहीं, डाइक्लोफेनाक युक्त इमल जेल है जो अंदरूनी सूजन घटाए और दर्द को जड़ से मिटाए. आयोडेक्स अल्ट्रा जेल.
Ahead of an ASEAN meeting, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with India's Foreign Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar. The meeting was reported from Cambodia.
Compare notes as we head into these very important ASEAN meetings. We're both strong proponents of ASEAN centrality. We have a shared vision together for a free and open Indo-Pacific that we work on in so many different ways every single day. And of course, we have some immediate challenges that we're both concerned with, to include the situation in Sri Lanka, Burma, and a number of other hotspots. So I very much look forward to once again being able to go through a number of these issues with my friend, and then we'll both head over to our meetings.
Meanwhile, Blinken is set to take part in the ongoing ASEAN meetings in Cambodia. Agency report, Republic TV.
Rakhi is around the corner and celebrations and preparations for the same have already started in Surat. Ahead of this occasion, Surat's bazaar is fleeting with beautifully colored Rakhis. Amidst all this, a school in Surat with specially abled children are trying to make ends meet by selling their own Rakhis. They are growing self-confidence, sincere prayer to God and pearls of love and emotion made in an emotional Rakhi are rivaling the professional Rakhis. The creativity of the students does not just limit to Rakhi making, but also decorative dishes and covers.
ये बच्चे जैसे स्पेशल चाइल्ड हैं, मेंटली रिटायर्ड बच्चे हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि इन बच्चों को स्टाइपेंड हम देते हैं, तो उनके हिसाब से ये बच्चे वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग में ये सीखते हैं और बच्चे काफ़ी आइटम फेस्टिवल्स के बनाते हैं. लास्ट 15 साल से मेरे बच्चे राखी और फेस्टिवल्स आइटम क्रिएट करते हैं.
These special schools are working hard to make them stand on their feet by providing them proper education and creativity growth. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Sanjay Raut's custody has ended and will now be produced before the special PMLA court today. This comes after Sanjay Raut was in the ED's custody in relation to the Patra Chaul case, for which the ED raided his residences for about 9 hours. Now, the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has credited 395 crore rupees to 3.95 lakh beneficiaries under the Jagan Thodu scheme. According to the Chief Minister's office, the scheme provides 10,000 rupees each to small traders, vendors and artisans.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to expose?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out. Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Dilbagh Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his Top national updates. A Mumbai court has extended the Enforcement Directorate's custody of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut till August 8th. Sanjay Raut has been accused of money laundering in a case linked to the Patra Chaul redevelopment fraud.
मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि ईडी ने जो बोला है, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट जिस पे उन्होंने लिया है, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट इनकम टैक्स और राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है। उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं। जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं। मैं वापस एक बोलता हूँ, ये पॉलिटिकल केस है, इसमें संजय राउत को अटकाना चाहते हैं, कि संजय राउत को उद्धव जी से तोड़ना चाहते हैं और उद्धव जी को थोड़ा कम, उनकी ताकत कम करना चाहते हैं और उसमें कोई नहीं।
Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, summoned by the ED in Patra Chaw scam. Varsha would be appearing before the state Ballard-based office of the agency, the date of which is yet to be disclosed. More trouble appears to be mounting for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut with regards to another alleged scam amid the Patra Chaw scam case interrogation. As per sources, Praveen Rawat, who is under the ED's arrest in the Patra Chaw scam, is also being questioned in the multi-thousand crore chit fund case of Pearls Group, where Raut's name has also come up. With the ED sealing the office of Young Indian, Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case intimidation tactics. Speaking to Republic TV, Rahul Gandhi refused to answer questions pertaining to the facts of the National Herald case and vowed to remain undeterred in his fight to save the democracy and the nation.
मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहिए कुछ भी कर दें, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
रण छोड़ने भी नहीं देंगे और भागने भी नहीं देंगे।
मतलब
बीजेपी संबित पात्रा कर रहे हैं
कि लड़ाई कर रहे हैं और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, सुनिए बात, हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। जो हमारा काम है, जो सुनिए बोलने दीजिए, ठीक है? जो मेरा काम है, देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा। ये कुछ भी कर लें, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। धन्यवाद।
Day after sealing the premises of the Young India Limited office located at Herald House, the Enforcement Directorate again reached out at the same premise for another round of search in an ongoing investigation into the National Herald case.
Ahead of the 75th Independence Day, the city of Surat is decked up with tricolors amid the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Thousands gathered at Surat waving the national flag and participated in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel will launch the event amid sea of people waiting to commemorate the magnificent glory of India's 75th independence. The Tiranga rally will start from Surat's Rahul Raj Mall, leading to Kargil Chowk. Earlier Prime Minister
The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. It's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees, and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife, Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, family members.
मोदी जी जो कहा है ना, वो सही बात है। देश का शान है तिरंगा, उसमें कोई राजनीतिक होना नहीं चाहिए। अपनी अपनी सोच, इस पे तो कोई पॉलिटिक्स है नहीं। ये हर चीज़ का, हर देशवासियों के दिल में बसा है तिरंगा, और हमारा देश का शान है तिरंगा। देखिए, विपक्ष का काम है उंगली उठाना, तो ये बेबुनियाद उंगली उठाना हुआ। इस पर कोई मसला ही नहीं है। तिरंगा तो सबसे ऊपर होना चाहिए। ये देश की गर्व वाली बात है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला है कि झंडा लगाइए, देश का शान बढ़ाइए। हर अपना देश का शान बढ़ाता है। जहाँ जहाँ जाइए, हर देश में कौन देश नहीं चाहता कि मेरा देश आगे बढ़े। इस पर कोई राजनीतिक नहीं होना चाहिए।
Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police Dilbagh Singh has chaired a high-level meeting to review the overall security scenario and arrangements regarding the forthcoming Independence Day and Muharram functions. During the meeting, the DGP has sought reports from officers about security arrangements and deployment plans put in place for the smooth and peaceful conduct of Muharram and Independence Day in twin capital cities and all district headquarters across Jammu and Kashmir. As the registration for the senior secondary recruit and matric recruitment concluded, the Indian Navy has received over 80,000 applications from women candidates. According to officials, the recruitment of the above-mentioned profiles will be done under the Agnipath scheme. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has slammed the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his questions on price rise, unemployment and other issues. The leader termed the Wayanad Member of Parliament a part-time irresponsible politician and also said that the latter was roaming around when the Parliament was debating price rise.
उन्होंने ये कहा है कि चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, चर्चा हो गया तो इतना अज्ञान प्रदर्शन करते ही रहते हो, वो समझता है उनका राइट है. They are exhibiting the innocence, I mean his innocence, he feels that it is his right. अज्ञान का exhibition, he feels that it is his right. So I can't, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. चर्चा हो गया, रिप्लाई हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. वो इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं ना, उनको कुछ पता नहीं चलता. ये पार्ट टाइम irresponsible politician.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी.
And a roundup from across the globe, Iraqi President Barham Saleh held talks with special UN representative in Baghdad to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. During this meet, the two leaders discussed ways to improve current crisis in the country. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed 21 Australian universities in an online discussion hosted by
of India. Tiranga is a national flag. It is not a property of any political party. It belongs to the nation. It is a pride of 1.4 billion Indians. Jai Hind.
The program Har Ghar Tiranga, under the aegis of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi's dynamic leadership, shall definitely blossom and boost our patriotism. The generations, especially after the independence, shall recollect the sacrifices made by our forefathers, how they struggled to get freedom, and our sovereignty is being safeguarded by the men in uniform in and around the country. During the celebrations, the veterans shall come forward to present the reminiscences to the present generations. This will have great impact over the period. It is not an exaggeration, but it would be a legacy to the nation.
French lawmakers approved a €20 billion package of measures to help struggling households cope with rising energy and food prices. The bill was a key promise from Macron, who was re-elected for a second term in April. Britain's governing Conservative Party said it had modified the voting process for its members to elect a new party leader and prime minister. Now this comes after an alert from the country's spies warned that only cyber hackers could change members' ballots. Ukraine forces used self-propelled artillery in an effort to push Russians further away from the country's second largest city, Kharkiv, as Russians continued to press its offensive in the east. Under an agreement Moscow and Kiev signed last month to unblock Ukraine's agricultural exports and ease a global food crisis, the first cargo ship loaded with grain to leave Ukraine since Russia invaded more than 5 months ago safely crossed the Black Sea and anchored just outside Istanbul en route Lebanon. New Zealand government released its first ever climate adoption plan, which includes the possibility of moving some communities to higher ground. According to Climate Change Minister James Shaw, about 70,000 coastal homes in New Zealand are at risk due to rising water level in the area.
Sanjay Raut's custody has ended and will now be produced before the special PMLA court today. This comes after Sanjay Raut was in the ED's custody in relation to the Patra Chaul case, for which the ED raided his residences for about 9 hours. Now, the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has credited 395 crore rupees to 3.95 lakh beneficiaries under the Jagan Thodu scheme. According to the Chief Minister's office, the scheme provides 10,000 rupees each to small traders, vendors and artisans.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to oppose?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sing outside. ED sources probing Sanjay Raut's role in a second scam. A new poll scam now emerges. As court lodges probe agency with new leads emerging, Sanjay Raut stays in ED custody till 8th of August. In the same investigation, Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, now summoned by ED over cash transfers from alleged frontmen. Republic Conference Rahul Gandhi, zero answers on freedom struggle for profit scam. ED searches Herald House. Kharge summoned so that agency search can continue. Har Ghar Tiranga anthem launch, nation unites, but some parties continue to politicize. All right, let's begin this live in breaking with some ED-related story which has been, in fact, on air viewers all day. And this is with the ED sealing the office of the young Indian. Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who leveled the central agency's probe into the case intimidation tactics. Meanwhile, the BJP, a short while ago, addressed a briefing taking on the Congress. Let's listen in to all the reactions all through the day.
आप नेशनल अलर्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे। हम चुप नहीं होने वाले हैं। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे ये कुछ भी कर दें। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे। हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा। ये कुछ भी कर लें, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
तो आप डरने वाले नहीं हैं?
ना, बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले।
और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं डरता।
एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया।
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता। सब लगातार घर के सामने आपके मैडम के घर के सामने कल भी हुआ, बढ़िया और करिए, सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं क्यों कर।
That was Rahul Gandhi responding to reporter queries on the ongoing ED investigation. Now, even as direct Vadra Congress link to properties amounting to crores of rupees, in fact hundreds and thousands of crores of rupees emerges, Congress leaders continue to mount the offensive. Listen in to these reactions by Congress leaders that came through the day, both inside and outside Parliament.
ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, तो इसको बार बार हम दोहराने से मुझे ठीक नहीं लगता।
ये पिछले 7-8 साल से चल रहा है, तो सरकारी एजेंसियों का आप दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं। जहां मर्जी आप बिल्डिंग सील कर देते हैं, कहीं भी घुस के आप छापामारी करने लगते हैं, कहीं तलाशी लेने लगते हैं। तो यह अच्छे संकेत नहीं है लोकतंत्र के लिए।
After the Congress, even the BJP got into it, addressing the media earlier. BJP's Sanjay Patra demanded answers from the Vadra Congress in the freedom struggle for profit scam, while Congress's MP and leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge reiterated the witch hunt charge against the Vadra Congress that we had just listened in. Let's listen to Sanjay Patra as well.
ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, तो इसको बार बार हम दोहराने से मुझे ठीक नहीं लगता।
वैसे दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट में एक्यूज नंबर 1 सोनिया गांधी और एक्यूज नंबर 2 राहुल गांधी, जिस प्रकार से कोर्ट ने पूरे विषय में एक्यूज नंबर 1 और एक्यूज नंबर 2 को इंप्लीकेट किया है और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है ट्रायल फेस करना पड़ेगा, यह विषय बड़ा गंभीर है।
All right, Madhurima Mishra, in fact, joins us live reporting from the ground. Madhurima, today finally the search operation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Yesterday, a temporary seal had to be put at the Young Indian office because of procedural issues, and that was that Mallikarjun Kharge did not present himself as is the process, nor appoint anyone. Today, please tell us how the search operation of the Enforcement Directorate at the Young Indian office has gone on.
Well, Abhishek, it's been around 5 hours ever since Mallikarjun Kharge reached here at the Herald House, the Young Indian office. We'll take you straight to the visuals. This is the particular office from where we are reporting, and it's been around 5 hours. And ever since then, after he reached, just 15 minutes after that, there were Enforcement Directorate officials present there. The seal that was put yesterday was opened because the Enforcement Directorate is looking for digital evidence. At the same time, they are looking for evidence in black and white as well that they can be seized. And Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, being one of the principal officers of Young India Limited, has to be there for the undertaking. Abhishek, this is the car of Mallikarjun Kharge that has been parked here just right in front of Enforcement Directorate, where Enforcement Directorate is looking into all the documents, because this was the first issue why this particular seal was put in place, because Mallikarjun Kharge today as well, the Bharatiya Janata Party in their press conference asserted over this fact that multiple times the notice was sent to Mr. Kharge, and after that when he did not reply or spoke with the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the notice that was being issued to them, because Enforcement Directorate wanted to look into certain documents. So after the questioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, because the way the entire buck was passed to Motilal Bohra, Enforcement Directorate wanted an access inside. And when Mr. Kharge did not reply to the multiple notices sent by the investigating authority, this particular office was sealed. And we are waiting for Mr. Kharge to come out so that we can take a word from him as to how does he feel about this entire interrogation, because the Congress party has been dubbing it as nothing but political vendetta. But it's been 5 hours. Mr. Kharge, it is we are learning from our sources that he wanted to leave for lunch as well, Abhishek, but instead he was asked by the Enforcement Directorate to continue with the entire process of search that they are doing inside that particular office of Young Indian there. And ever since then he was not allowed to go out as well, and the search continues. They are looking for evidences that they could use in their case, in this entire National Herald case. We'll have to wait and watch that until when. It's been 5 hours until when Mr. Kharge will be kept here, and the Enforcement Directorate officials will continue with their search of digital and otherwise evidence that could help their case, that could help further their
Madhurima
case. And we have seen that Mr. Kharge, it's been couple of times that he's come here, because he's one of the main principal officers in this entire case in Young Indian, and which is why his undertaking is very important before any evidence is seized by the Enforcement Directorate. Back to you.
Right, Madhurima, thank you so much. Keep tabs of the ED search going on. The same could have happened yesterday without the brouhaha around a temporary sealing had the Congress's principal officer for AJL and Young Indian, in this case leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge, presented himself. Moving on, some top wrap of stories from across the country and more. All right, Prime Minister is speaking. Let's cut to him live.
उनकी ऊर्जा और प्रेरणा पीढ़ियों तक समाज की सेवा करती रहती है। श्रीमद राजचंद्र मिशन धर्मपुर का आज का ये कार्यक्रम इसी शाश्वत भावना का प्रतीक है। आज मल्टी स्पेशलिटी अस्पताल का लोकार्पण हुआ है तो एनिमल हॉस्पिटल का शिलान्यास किया गया है। इसके साथ साथ महिलाओं के लिए सेंटर फॉर एक्सेलेंसी का निर्माण कार्य भी आज से शुरू हुआ है। इससे गुजरात।
Well, coming back to our top ref from across the country, a Mumbai court has extended the Enforcement Directorate's custody of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut till August 8. Sanjay Raut has been accused of money laundering in a case linked to the Patra Chaul redevelopment fraud.
कि ईडी ने जो बोला है ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट जिसपे उन्होंने लिया है ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट इनकम टैक्स और राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है। उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं। जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं। मैं वापस एक बोलता हूँ, ये पॉलिटिकल केस है। इसमें संजय राउत को अटकाना चाहते हैं, ये संजय राउत को उद्धव जी से तोड़ना चाहते हैं और उद्धव जी को थोड़ा कम, उनकी ताकत कम करना चाहते हैं और उसमें कोई नहीं।
Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut has been summoned by Enforcement Directorate in Patra Chaul scam. Varsha would be appearing before the Ballard Estate-based office of the agency, the date of which is yet to be disclosed. More trouble for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut with regards to another alleged scam amid the Patra Chaul investigation in which she is under custody. As per sources, Praveen Raut, who's under ED's arrest in the Patra Chaul scam case, is also being questioned in a multi-thousand crore chit fund case of the Pearls Group, where Raut's name has also come up. With the Enforcement Directorate sealing the office of Young Indian, Republic TV confronted former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, who labelled the central agency's probe into the case intimidation tactics. Speaking to Republic TV, Rahul Gandhi refused to answer questions pertaining to the facts of the National Herald case.
जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहिए कुछ भी कर दें, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
रण छोड़ने भी नहीं देंगे और भागने भी नहीं देंगे।
मतलब
बीजेपी संबित पात्रा कर रहे हैं
कि भागने नहीं देंगे और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, सुनिए बात, हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। जो हमारा काम है, जो मैं सुनिए बोलने दीजिए, ठीक है? जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा। ये कुछ भी कर लें, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। धन्यवाद।
Sealing the premises of Young India Limited office located at the Herald House in New Delhi, the Enforcement Directorate has again reached the same premises for another round of search in an ongoing investigation. In fact, it's been about 5 hours that search is going on at the Young Indian office in Delhi. Former Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi, who resigned as Haryana MLA on Wednesday, joined the BJP in the presence of Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar. Bishnoi, who was expelled by the Congress from all party positions for cross-voting in the Rajya Sabha polls in June, resigned from the State Assembly. Bishnoi represented the Adampur seat in Haryana's Hisar district.
बीजेपी ज्वाइन करने का फैसला मैंने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से और अपने मतदाताओं से विचार विमर्श करके किया, क्योंकि मैं माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी से और मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी से तो पहले से ही प्रभावित था। अमित शाह जी से भी मन मेरा था, लेकिन मेरी हिम्मत नहीं थी कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में जाके बोलने की। उन सब से बात करके और मैंने उनको समझाया कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश हित में सोचते हैं और हमें उनको और मजबूत करने के लिए अपना सहयोग देना चाहिए।
BSF has apprehended 2 Pakistani boats from Harami Nala area close to the international border in Kutch district. This comes after petrol party of BSF Bhuj observed some Pakistani fishing boats trying to enter into Indian territory. Home Minister Amit Shah met Chief Minister of Karnataka Basavaraj Bommai and former Chief Minister Yediyurappa. During the meeting, it is said that various important aspects concerning the state have been discussed, including the upcoming elections next year. To celebrate and commemorate 75 years of India's independence, the Ministry of Culture released a special anthem, Har Ghar Tiranga. The video features many big personalities from cinema, sports and across varied fields. Troubles of Sanjay Raut refuse to die down in a big development in the Patra Chol scam case. His wife Varsha Raut has now been summoned by the ED over cash transfers, and though the date is yet to be disclosed, Varsha would be grilled by ED based on information that they have already gathered in the investigation so far. Let's listen into Sunil Raut, Sanjay Raut's brother's soundbite, and then we have our reporter live from the ground there in Bellard Estate.
देखो, अलीबाग की ज़मीन 10 साल पुरानी है, जिसमें हमने रेडी रेकनर के भाव से हमने पेमेंट दिया हुआ है। उसके अंदर जब हमने ज़मीन ली थी तो वो ज़मीन की कॉस्ट थी 50 लाख रुपीस। आज उसकी रेडी रेकनर का भाव आज का जब राज्यसभा का फॉर्म भरा तब हमने इसकी रेडी रेकनर निकाला था, तब उसकी कीमत 1 करोड़ 6 लाख रुपीस है। तो उसमें कौन सा भ्रष्टाचार हुआ? रेडी रेकनर के नीचे से भाव से हमने लिया नहीं। जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स बने हैं वो रेडी रेकनर के भाव से बने हुए, और किसी ने देखो कोई भी जबरदस्ती से कुछ लिख के लेते हैं तो उसको हम क्या कर सकते हैं? किसी को अटकाना ही है, पॉलिटिकल अटकाना है, उनका आवाज़ बंद करना है, उनका उद्धव जी से उनको अलग करना है, तो हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते इसके अंदर। लेकिन मैं आपसे खातिरी से कहता हूँ कि इसमें कोई भ्रष्टाचार हुआ नहीं, इसमें कोई चोरी हुई नहीं। संजय राउत बाला साहब ठाकरे का निष्ठावंत शिव सैनिक है, वो कभी भ्रष्टाचार नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन संजय राउत को भाजपा डरती है, इसलिए उनको अटकाना चाहती है, यही बात है।
Our correspondent Sandeep Singh joins us live from the Enforcement Directorate office in Mumbai. Sandeep, three major developments today. The remand of Sanjay Raut extended. We also see that his name is appearing in second scam connected with the Pearls Group chit fund scam. And now Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha to be called for questioning. It seems ED has a lot of material, but his brother Sunil Raut, who was speaking earlier to reporters there on the ground, said that this is political vendetta aimed at getting Sanjay Raut out of the influence of the Thakres. What's your sense on the ground? The ED has a lot of material and that's why they are pushing ahead with the investigation at this pace?
See, as you rightly mentioned that, whether it is Shiv Sena, whether it is, Sanjay Raut in the past and Sunil Raut now, is claiming that all these actions are being taken just because of political vendetta being played by BJP. But as far as, documents are concerned, evidences are concerned, it is in favor of Enforcement Directorate and absolutely against Sanjay Raut. In fact, today in the courthouse, they went on to say, the lawyer for Enforcement Directorate said that there are several transactions and several such documents that has appeared now in the investigation, and several statements have been recorded which indicates that there is some wrongdoing by
All right, breaking news development coming in, and that's from the Congress party. Even as ED continues its search operation at the Young Indian office, Congress claims that their leader and leader of opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, is being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate. What is being called a search operation by the ED, the Congress terms it as interrogation and questioning of Kharge. Jairam Ramesh, the communications chief of the Congress party, has tweeted, and that's on air for you now. Mallikarjun Kharge, according to the tweet, leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, has been undergoing interrogation by the ED for the last 4.5 hours. That's roughly the time that the search has been going on at the Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg Herald House office of Young Indian. The tweet continues saying his ordeal is continuing. The entire Congress party stands with him in solidarity. That's a spin coming in from the Congress party, clearly, given the fact that what we know from our sources in the Enforcement Directorate, and we can connect with Shavan Sen on the phone, our senior associate editor who covers the agency so closely and is bringing all the developments connected with the investigations. If we can get him live or on phone. But this is a Congress claim coming in from their communication chief, Jairam Ramesh, former union minister as well, saying that Mallikarjun Kharge is in fact being interrogated. Madhurima Mishra remains live with us from, in fact, outside the Herald House. Madhurima, if I can come back to you, that's a big breaking development. Congress party alleges or gives a spin that their leader, Mallikarjun Kharge, in fact, is being interrogated. What are the facts there? Is the search operation going on, or is Mr. Kharge being interrogated?
Well, Abhishek, as far as the claims that have been made and the notices that have been issued by the Enforcement Directorate to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to be present here at the Herald House are not for interrogation. In fact, in the press conference as well, earlier today, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson Sambit Patra had very categorically stated that summons were being issued to Mallikarjun Kharge to cooperate in this particular investigation in the National Herald case, because after the interrogation,
I'll come back to you. Madhurima, I'll come back to you. Nalin Kohli of the BJP is joining us over the phone. Nalin, Congress party giving a spin, a search operation going on by the ED at Young Indian office in the presence of Congress's Mallikarjun Kharge, but the Congress wants us to believe that an interrogation is going on and that the Congress party is facing the brunt of agencies. That's the spin given by their communications in charge, Jairam Ramesh. Nalin.
Well, as a practicing lawyer, I would agree with what you are saying, that an interrogation would follow logically, an investigation on that specific person, and also whether that specific person has been issued a summons for an interrogation. And as you've correctly pointed out, a representative of the company, in this case Young Indians, and in this specific case Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who is a senior Congress leader, his presence there may be also to establish and ensure by the agency itself, being the ED, that nothing untoward is happening there, that they are doing it as per due process of law as they are supposed to. And in the search, there can be no allegation in the search that something was planted by them, which can become a ground of defense. And certainly to circumvent it, they want to do it in a correct manner. And if you have a representative of the Congress party, and in this case, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, there while the search of the young Indian officer is going on. Actually, the Congress party should be thanking the Enforcement Directorate for complying with the due procedure. Now, if their media head, who's another senior
Nalin, but what if there is no summons and Congress party is saying that this interrogation is happening without due process?
The second part is coming that if
All right, we had to cut Nalin there because there seems to be a bomb scare with a suspicious item having been found in Delhi. We're getting more details of this development, and this seems to be a Delhi police post where police, according to them, received a call about a suspicious lunchbox in Rohini Sector 9 area of Delhi. Senior police officers are on the spot, bomb squad is also on the spot, and these pictures are there for you viewers. These are from northern Delhi. In fact, it seems evacuation exercise has been carried out. Going by these pictures, residents of the building, which seems to be a commercial complex, all those occupants being evacuated, even as a dog squad is present to look at the suspicious bag. Information about which was provided by somebody on phone to police. This is in north of Delhi and Rohini area of Delhi and Sector 9 of Rohini. And in the pictures we can see possibly students, possibly some classes in a commercial complex. And information came in that a suspicious looking lunchbox in unclaimed condition was there, because of which police had to be called in and evacuation had to be carried out before the cops with the dog squad could go in and check. It seems all clear has been obtained, but this was a while back, and the police seems to have completed the process. For more information, if we can go back to Madhurima, she's there in Delhi. Madhurima, if you have more information about this bomb scare, whether this has proved to be a hoax and the exercise of checking the premises is over.
Well, what we are learning at the moment, Abhishek, is that this particular bomb scare was reported in Rohini area of the national capital, Sector 9 to be precise. And what the kind of visuals that we are getting right now is that we can see that the local police officials along with a fire truck as well has been put into place. The search is happening, and what we are learning as well is that the area has been cordoned off.
All right, we're to move on. Even a bigger breaking news development coming in this time from the troubled, tense region of to the east of us, and that's from the seas between China and Japan. In fact, the information quoting Japanese media sources is that 5 missiles have been fired by China and they have landed within Japan's exclusive economic zone. That's about 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zone that every nation has beyond their 12 nautical miles of international maritime boundary. And 5 missiles fired by China, clearly indication that China is intent on escalating the standoff that it has had with the United States on the issue of Taiwan post the Nancy Pelosi visit. And it's important to remember that the visit of the congressional delegation led by Pelosi to Indo-Pacific is not yet over. In fact, from Taiwan, she has flown down to South Korea, and then she would be coming to Japan, in fact. And China has been carrying out live fire exercises across the Taiwan Strait and in the South China Sea. And now these reports emerging that China has fired missiles to its east as well, into the Sea of Japan or into the East China Sea perhaps, but within the exclusive economic zone of Japan, according to media reports quoting Kyodo Agency. This is And this is part of the 5-day exercises, military drills that were announced by China in the backdrop of Pelosi visit. And so escalation continues. There were 6 zones identified by China, and we earlier reported how, for example, even the big missiles like the Dongfang 5 were being used by the Chinese as part of this military drill. And now it seems that China is hitting at the Japanese side as well. Captain Alok Bansal joins us over the phone. Captain Bansal, clearly China intent on escalating tensions in its neighborhood post the Pelosi visit, in fact, which is continuing, and Pelosi is all set to land in Japan tomorrow.
This is actually a deliberate provocation by China. Although, let me clarify that firing a missile in the exclusive economic zone of a country is not legally an offense, because international maritime law permits an innocent passage. But this is not an innocent passage. The Chinese ships are exercising in Japan's exclusive economic zone, and this sort of an act is a deliberate act of provocation aimed at instigating Japan, and I think giving a signal to the countries that we can do as we deem fit. And this is, of course, also sending signals to United States, because China seems to have lost the game of brinkmanship with the US, and this is an attempt by them to show that they can still do something. I think this sort of an act of deliberate provocation should be ignored by the international community as far as possible.
You think are you sure we should be ignoring this, because this bullying can come to any neighborhood? It can hit any country tomorrow, sir.
See, any reaction would actually serve the Chinese purpose. The Chinese want to provoke others because they have lost the battle. Having lost the game of brinkmanship, they are trying to take actions which can provoke others. So I think the best defense would be to ignore it, as long as it does not directly infringe upon your security.
Right, but what is important is that Nancy Pelosi made a point, the United States in fact made a point by the Taiwan visit, but why target Japan for that? It's not just Japan which has been sympathetic to the position of United States on Taiwan. For example, even Germany has taken that position. Most of the world perhaps approves of it, except for Russia. Nobody has spoken in support of China. For China to escalate in this manner clearly shows that some elements within the Chinese establishment are clearly intent on increasing the tensions in the neighborhood. There seems to be some issue with the audio with Captain Bansal. In fact, Professor Madhav Nalapat, a well-known strategic affairs analyst, joins us over the phone. Professor Nalapat, China clearly having lost the battle of optics to Nancy Pelosi in an act of frustration, targeting some missiles towards Japan in their exclusive economic zone. Are they allowed to do that? Should they be allowed to do that?
Yeah, I'm speaking actually from my university in Manipal. I'd like to say that this is not in anger or anything. They're doing it in a very deliberate fashion, and they're doing it to test the resolve of the countries that could potentially help Taiwan. Japan is very important in that list, and don't forget, Nancy Pelosi is on her way to Japan. So this essentially is a Chinese reminder to the Japanese that watch out, this is what is waiting for you if you a warm welcome to Nancy Pelosi. So it's a carefully calibrated strategy. It's not a sensible strategy. Alok is perfectly right that it's a very petulant strategy, but that is what the Chinese regard as normal, petulance. So that's the first point. They are testing the resolve. The second point is the advantage this gives is that the different countries that are tomorrow, today, or the day after going to have to control China. And some of us have been saying it's an inevitable conflict. The only question is not whether, but when. They can understand the disposition of Chinese forces, the way Chinese forces operate, their patterns of activity, of hostile behavior, and that will be very useful in a future conflict. Yes, I agree with Commander Bansal. I don't believe, the Major Bansal, that I don't believe that they want any kind of a conflict. But essentially, they are doing things which in other parts of the world would be taken as an act of war. And the one thing about this, it has taught these Europeans, it has taught the United States, including the Biden White House, that the real problem is China. The real conflict is in the Indo-Pacific. And their entire attention being drawn to Ukraine has given a golden opportunity to China to act the bully, which that opportunity is now being seized by China.
Sir, you think the world community can come together and do something about this?
I can tell you very clearly that you have a lot of naval and other assets of the United States roaming that area. Now the point is, if you just want to roam the area for fuel to be lost and to spend your money on these deployments, it's one thing. You remember in India, Vajpayee put on a great show in an operation on the Pakistan border, and it was telegraphed to the Pakistanis in advance. I knew that because the Americans told me it's already been communicated that they're not going to fight. This is basically for the domestic audience in India to feel that we're doing something. If Biden is sent all these platforms for his domestic audience, and then it's a different matter. But if he's serious about ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, if he's serious about freedom of navigation operations, this is a direct slap on the face of any concept of a free and open Indo-Pacific. And if the United States does not respond, if Japan does not respond, and frankly, if the Quad does not respond, it will only embolden China, and embolden China not only against Taiwan, but against other countries as well. China is testing. If you remember the 1930s, a particular European country was testing other European countries. Those countries failed the test, and the world was plunged into war. This time, we should not fail the test. We should ensure that there is a free, open Indo-Pacific, and there's no point just talking about it in conferences and meetings. You've got to show that you mean it, that you mean business, and that you're going to enforce it when necessary. So I think a show of force on the part of those navies that want a free and open Indo-Pacific is very essential for this show of force.
Very well said, sir. In fact, what you're suggesting is that it should not just be the red regime drawing the red lines. The rest of the world should also be drawing some red lines. In fact, I remember just when the Quad Summit was going on in the month of May in Tokyo, China along with Russia had carried out very intimidating air patrols across the Sea of Japan and into the air defense identification zone of Korea, in fact, at that time. And now they are repeating it with Taiwan when a US congressional delegation is visiting. They're doing it with Japan when Nancy Pelosi and the delegation is set to visit Japan tomorrow. Apart from having the kind of big assets that the United States has,